Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,001 likes on this one. Dropping a like on the video helps ensure more people see it, but it also just lets me know I'm doing a good job. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated, as I do post content just like this all of the time. We've been at this for over 10 years. You can pretty much guarantee I'm shooting for at least another 10. Also, I know that this video is a few days late. I got really caught up with like Halloween plans, and I also had some dental stuff going on. Sounds like everything's good. I am perfectly fine. I do need to get my wisdom teeth removed, and I might be getting braces, so I'm looking forward to that. Anyways, I hope you all have a great night. I hope you enjoy these stories. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy these horror stories with no mid-roll ads right after the ad after this intro. There won't be any more after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. An act I learned as a child: to hold my breath if I am in a car that is cruising past a cemetery. I don't remember who told me, but I remember it was something my friends and I would follow religiously as children, no matter who was driving or where we were going. And if the windows in the car were down, it would be mass panic to roll them all up before those wheels crested the front of the cemetery. Back then, they were the manual crank windows, the ones that took all of my scrawny kid strength to get closed. But in those moments, they always managed to close in the nick of time. I'm not sure any of us knew why we were doing it. I certainly don't. Regardless, it's a practice I've kept up even though my 30th birthday is right around the corner. It wasn't like I had big plans for my birthday, but it would have been nice to be able to celebrate it. I remember making the concrete decision when I got my own license that I would keep playing the game for nothing if not for myself. Sometimes the practice seems silly to acknowledge, but my mindset has always been, I'd rather be safe than sorry. If other people are in the car, I'm discreet about it. Much less fanfare than when I was a kid. Just one large inhale as the tires continue to glide on the road. I casually roll the windows up like it's no big deal. Maybe like I saw a bug I didn't want to crawl inside the car. But it isn't always feasible to hold your breath in time. I mean, I don't always see the cemetery until I am smack in the middle of it. I immediately stop breathing when I realize what I am driving by. But at that point, it already feels too late. Until 2 days ago, I didn't know the consequences. Now I do. It's because I moved to a new town that all of this happened. I didn't know that the back roads that led to the craft store would contain so many cemeteries. It was in my nature to simply avoid these types of roads, to take the highway, even if there was more traffic. I was alone on my way to pick up supplies for one of my mini craft projects. I should have turned the car around when I saw the road that I was going to be on for 7 miles contained nothing but curvy, grassy, open space. It wasn't like there was anyone else in the car to question my actions. I should have known as I made my way down the winding road there would be multiple cemeteries, but I told myself not to be ridiculous. A kid's game should not keep me from driving down the fastest route to somewhere. My other mistake was leaving my windows open. At this point, it was an act of defiance. I knew there would be cemeteries, but refused to acknowledge them before they arrived. Granted, these days, windows went up much faster with electronics, but apparently not fast enough. I didn't even know anything was wrong until the next day. I woke up groggy, whipping the sleep from my eyes as I stumbled down the hall to the bathroom. My eyes were bulging and bloodshot, as if something had been pressing on the inside of my skull, trying to get out through my eyes. A thin trickle of dried blood from some time in the night caked itself onto my neck. I followed the line back to my right ear, as if something had been trying to force itself out that way. My nose was swollen, and the skin of my face was hot to the touch, as if fighting off some kind of infection. But before I go any further, I need to get back to the crux of it. The actual event. So, like I said, I was driving on an unfamiliar road with that familiar itch creeping up my back. The one that told me there would be a cemetery around every corner. The reason I didn't see it right away was because my phone distracted me. And before you sneer at me, I know I shouldn't be looking at my phone when I drive. But I just happened to be waiting for an important work update. The ironic thing was, it wasn't even the update I was waiting for. It was my sister in a crisis. She's always in a crisis, but usually her crisis doesn't impact me as much as this. They usually don't transfer over like a curse waiting to impregnate the next person. I clicked on the text to see a wall of blue with lots of exclamation points and angry face emojis. This is the reason I didn't realize my little red car had passed over the plane. I wasn't even reading the text. I closed out of the green message app almost immediately. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something dire, something that actually needed to be taken care of at that moment. It's hard for me to describe to you the surge of fear that traveled down my back when I glanced back at the road. Of course, I stopped breathing immediately. Yes, I pulled up on all 4 window buttons as soon as my fingers unlatched from the wheel. It was over in mere seconds. One moment I was in the middle of driving by a cemetery, and in the next moment, past. The sun blazed into the car and started cooking everything within now that it had no way to escape. Even though the moment was over, I didn't want to roll the windows back down, as if I could gain favor from the ghosts if I just kept following the rules. But obviously I had to take in a breath at some points and blow it out the next. I continued to breathe and cook in the car, my air conditioning temporarily broken. I had all the tools to replace my blower motor, the part that crapped the bed last week, but since it was a nice day I figured it could wait. So that's the reason for the sweat trickling down my back. Pure laziness. But I knew I couldn't be too careful and roll the windows back down. I eased my car around a bend, only to be faced with another cemetery. This one I could prepare for. I could see it a little bit ahead. I was able to take that deep breath in that I needed before driving by. I didn't even mind that I was roasting like a rotisserie anymore because I was safe. The closed windows and the lack of breath kept me safe. Would you think I was lying if I told you I encountered another cemetery a mile and a half down the same road? I swear it was the last one, but I didn't inhale any fresh, non-circulating car air until I parked and threw my door open 15 minutes later. Those breaths were some of the most satisfying I'd ever taken. The fall air hit my nostrils in such a cool, clean way. Maybe that was my mistake. I was too greedy with the fall air. The text that ruined my life? I know some of you must be curious. It was because her current boyfriend, the guy she'd been on 2 dates with, didn't like cats. Could you even call someone your boyfriend after 2 dates? She lived alone with 2 cats, Cinnamon and Sugar. So clearly this relationship could never work out. She was outraged that anyone could hate cats, especially her dream guy. Well, I guess he wasn't her dream guy anymore. By the time I checked out that craft store, I almost forgot about my escapade on the drive there. Like I said, I didn't realize the consequences. Up until yesterday morning, it was just a silly kids game. And yes, I answered my sister's text with all the correct platitudes like "how dare he" and "you're too good for him." When I think back on it, I did take a different way home. Whether consciously or subconsciously is up for debate. There weren't any cemeteries on the way back. At least, not any I saw. That was 2 days ago. Almost 48 hours to the hour. Most of my hair has fallen out. I'm typing this with one finger. The only one left with a nail attached. At least it's my pointer finger. Small miracles and all that. The rest fell off last night. I found them clinging to my bed sheets. Toenails too. Those are gone. I tried voice to text with my computer, only to find I don't have a voice anymore. All that came out was strangled, grasping noises. I guess it makes sense. When I looked in the mirror, my chest was sunken in, my neck shriveled. all the folds of my trachea and esophagus visible beneath the thin layer of skin. I'm starting to leave blood smears on my keyboard. I don't think this nail is going to last much longer. I guess I should get to my point soon. I think it's too far gone for me to ask for help. So I guess this has turned into one of those warning posts. You know, the ones that tell you to watch out. Always look behind that corner. Turn on the lights before bed. In this case, always check for cemeteries. Never take your eyes off the road. There are so many questions that must be left unanswered. What about the air conditioning or the heat? Can the ghosts get in if you turn those on? Was it my open window, or do the windows not matter? Is it all cemeteries, all ghosts? Do you have to be driving? I don't have time to answer any of these. I'm already infected, possessed, haunted, or whatever this is. You can test all these theories if you want. I'm not sure I recommend it. Another tooth tumbled out of my mouth a moment ago. I think I only have 2 left now. It's hard to keep my jaw closed. I'm trying to prevent the blood from trickling out. It's not working. The keyboard is slick now. My breaths are shallower. It's like I can't catch my breath. A bit ironic, as if the ghosts are still stealing the air from my lungs. Like I'm still driving past that cemetery. I think I only have a few moments left. Just enough to post this. I wonder what my family will think when I don't answer their calls. I wonder how long it will take them to find my body. I wonder if I will have a body to leave behind. At all. I'm a 26-year-old British male, and I graduated from university about 2 years ago. Not long afterwards, I found a remote job as a note taker. The job seemed simple enough. I would take weekly video calls with the client, jot down notes as he spoke about various subjects, and then send them to him for payment. The job description stated that the client was from Cairo, and apparently worked in the IT industry. He wanted someone who wasn't necessarily knowledgeable about the subjects he discussed, but was able to confidently write notes in English. I assumed he worked with several companies who needed these notes, and wasn't capable of translating them into competent text, or just didn't have the time. I applied for the job one evening, and within the hour, I received a call from an unknown number. Normally I don't answer those types of calls, but I'd been applying to as many positions as possible, finding myself in a slightly strained financial situation at the time. I wasn't going to ignore a potential interview offer. I answered, and a deep, gravelly voice spoke. It was the client from Cairo. For anonymity's sake, I'll just call him Eamon. He invited me to an interview on Teams the next day. The interview went well, better than well actually. Eamon was very friendly, and despite his deep tone, he had a good sense of humor. He gave me a sort of gentle giant vibe. He looked middle-aged, had a thick beard, and wore rimmed glasses. He barely asked about my experience, and although I'm not the most charismatic person, I felt that I'd won him over with my personality. On reflection, I realized that neither of these things ever mattered to begin with. After signing the contract and starting the job, I began to notice something about Eamon. He spoke slowly, slower than I expected him to. This made the job easier, but also dragged the sessions on far longer than necessary. I didn't mind too much. I was paid by the hour, so the longer, the better. Even if I did occasionally get a bit bored. Eamon would often stop the sessions to take a break for 10 to 15 minutes. His camera was always off and his sound muted during the time, which I didn't mind. I used it as an opportunity to grab a snack. When he came back on camera, he always seemed different, more relaxed. I could never quite describe it, but he spoke even slower. I assumed he might be on medication, or even drugs. Honestly, it was none of my business. I'd worked for him for around 3 months by the time Christmas rolled around, Every year, I traveled home to see my parents and grandparents. It was tradition by that point. About a day before I drove home, I received the most unexpected message imaginable. It was a screenshot, sent to me by email from Eamon. I had to blink several times to make sure I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. It was a single plane ticket, one return flight from London Gatwick Airport to Cairo International. At first I was just confused. What was the context? Did he expect me to fly out to see him over Christmas? Eamon had never mentioned family once, but even if he had one, why the hell would he want me there? I was weirded out, but figured it must have been a mistake. There was no message, no title, no explanation. I assumed he'd meant to send it to someone else in the UK. I replied within minutes, asking if he'd meant to send it to somebody else. His response surprised me even more. It was firm but simple. No, I didn't. Can you not make it? I was definitely concerned. I didn't want to be rude, but I also didn't want Eamon thinking this was okay. It breached employer-employee boundaries tenfold. I let him know that. While I appreciated the gesture, I already had family plans, and it wasn't appropriate to buy me plane tickets to another country without even asking first. I expected a quick reply, but there was nothing. A week passed, then two. By the time I was eating Christmas dinner with my family, still nothing. At this point, I figured the job was over. I was frustrated, but what could I do? The man lived in another country and paid me from one bank account. My dad found it incredibly strange. He told me I should check the contract to see if there was any clause about a no-contact period. If Eamon had broken the contract without a legitimate reason, I might be entitled to compensation. For the next week, I combed through the lengthy contracts. Not much stood out. It was mostly legal mumbo-jumbo, but just as I was about to give up, I found something. A clause stated that the employer could cease contact for a maximum of 3 weeks without explanation. If broken, a fair payout would be deposited into my account, and the contract would become void. I was shocked this clause even existed. Why did it exist? The most interesting part was the 3-week period was due to end the next day. So the next day, I constantly checked my emails, hopeful he'd message me, but also hopeful he wouldn't, so I'd get that payout. And exactly an hour before the 3 weeks were up, I received one. It was from Eamon. He apologized profusely, saying he'd been busy over Christmas and was sorry for buying the plane ticket without telling me. He claimed it was an early Christmas present, but realized it was in poor taste. He finished by asking if I was still interested in working for him. Of course I was. I needed the money and I didn't want to give up the easiest job I'd ever had. Eamon might have been odd, but I'd never meet him in person. He was harmless, behind a computer screen. When we jumped on a call a few days later, I was back home in my flat. The first thing I noticed was that Eamon was sitting in a new room. Previously, he'd always been in the same one. As if he could read my confusion, he immediately said he was in the middle of a move, and would be staying in multiple Airbnbs to save money. I thought nothing of it, and our calls went on as normal. Our calls became less frequent over the next few weeks, 1 or 2 a week instead of 3 or 4. Each time, Eamon was in a new room. Again, I didn't think much of it, until something made my blood run cold. Eamon was finishing a discussion about cybersecurity issues. I was halfway through jotting down bullet points when he announced it was time for a break. I looked up at the screen. Unlike most times, when Eamon would turn off his camera before leaving, he stood up first, revealing the wall behind him that his body had been blocking. At first, what I saw didn't register. Then, just before the screen went black, I realized what it was. A Type G socket. If you don't know, a Type G socket is exclusive to the United Kingdom, meaning Eamon was not in Cairo. Eamon was in the UK. During the break, I double-checked online. Cairo used Type C and F sockets, not Type G. I spent the next 15 minutes staring at the black screen, questioning whether I'd really seen it. When Eamon's camera came back on, I caught a glimpse again. It was definitely a UK socket. And to cement my suspicion, what happened next made my breath catch. My flat sits beside a busy road, especially at rush hour. It was about 6:10 when a car honked its horn. The sound immediately echoed through Eamon's audio. I stiffened. Surely that was a coincidence. Seconds later, another honk. Again, it echoed through his feed. That's when I realized Eamon was staying somewhere near my flat. For the rest of the call, I forced a poker face. Luckily, it only lasted another 30 minutes. In that time, several more cars honked, and every time I heard them twice. As soon as the call ended, I sprinted to the window overlooking the street. I scanned every building's window, heart hammering. I couldn't see anyone, but then I realized the obvious answer. A small hotel sat across the street. I passed it every day on my way into town. That must be where he was. It had to be. Seconds later, my girlfriend came home from work. I hadn't mentioned her before because she hadn't been relevant to the story, but as she poked her head in, she could see something was wrong. I told her everything. She already knew about the plane ticket, which she'd found weird, but when I told her what I'd seen and heard, her face went pale. "Should we call the police?" she asked. I'd consider it, but what would I say? He hadn't committed a crime. All he'd done was stay in a hotel. As she tried to calm me down, the pieces began to fit together. For 3 weeks, Eamon had planned his route, booked his flights and hotels, all while moving closer to me. The only question was, why? My girlfriend said I was probably overthinking it. Maybe he'd come to surprise me or introduce himself properly. Perhaps it was innocent. That night, I could barely sleep. Eventually, exhaustion took over, but what felt like seconds after drifting off, a faint sound came from the hallway, loud enough to wake me. I gently nudged my girlfriend awake and pressed a finger to my lips. She froze too when she heard it. It was the sound of the front door lock. Somebody was trying to pick it. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. I already knew who it was. Anger overtook me. Who did this guy think he was? I peeped through the peephole. Nothing. Maybe I'd misheard. Stress and lack of sleep can play tricks on you, but no. My girlfriend had heard it too. I opened the door and looked both ways down the hallway. If someone was there, they were long gone now. The lock appeared to be untampered with too. I never normally put the bolt locks on, but that night I wasn't taking chances. The next day I was due to call Eamon. My girlfriend initially advised against it and told me I should now call the police. But I told her there was no evidence of a break-in. If we were going to prove it was him, then we would need to prove it on camera. I tried to stay as focused and nonchalant as I could possibly be on our call. Eamon seemed normal, not like a man who had attempted to break in the night prior. I had a burning rage towards him, but I used all my strength to hold back from snapping. That night, my girlfriend and I were ready. I had placed a mounted camera on the other side of the peephole, from the inside of the flat, and I was sitting several feet away from the door in the pitch black. My girlfriend was in bed, though she told me firsthand that she would not get any sleep that night. Neither would I. I had a couple of energy drinks in my system, and I was gripping a thick baseball bat in my hands. If Eamon would dare try and break into my flat again, I would make sure he didn't get another chance to try it. Granted, I was half terrified, but like I said before, rage and anger was firmly holding the other half of my emotions. To my surprise, I would only need to wait an hour past midnight before I began to hear the sound of the lock being tampered with. I waited a few minutes, making sure that the camera captured as much footage as it could. Then I slowly crept over to the door. I left the bolt locks off this time. I wanted to be able to unlock the door and catch him in the act. Whoever it was would swiftly get the bat to the head. That was the idea anyway. As I crept up to the door, my heart began to pound. When I say pound, I mean pound. It felt like it was on a treadmill. My hands began to shake and sweat, and the grip on the bat felt much less secure than it did a mere few seconds ago. I hovered my hand over the lock, mentally psyching myself up to turn it, but my hand wouldn't move. As my heart rate reached what I felt was its maximum speed, the lock tampering stopped, and it turned. You might think that in this moment, I would have sprung to action as I watched the door open, and a figure stood up just a foot in front of me. But I didn't. I just froze. And so did the man. It was a man, I could see that now, and it was definitely Eamon. He looked shocked to see me there, but he never once let out a gasp. He seemed to be in the same state of shock as both of us. But out of the two of us, I unfortunately have to admit, he was the first to snap out of it. He placed a hand to his face, covering what little he could, and searched with his eyes around the room desperately. I took several steps back, trying to control my breathing. I was furious at myself for not acting, but this was all too real now. I knew that if he took one step past me towards my bedroom where my girlfriend was sleeping, I would snap out of the trance. I almost internally begged for him to do that, so my body would remove itself from what comatose state of fear I was currently in. Eamon took 2 single steps into the room and then paused. After a few seconds of fearful silence, he looked around the door and smiled. He grabbed the mounted camera off the peephole and waved it in front of me, still smiling. I'll never forget that look. In that moment, he realized that no matter what happened, he was getting off scot-free with the evidence. Even that wasn't enough to snap me out of it, and before I could utter a single word, he was gone. It took a full minute before I could move my body again. The blood felt like it was returning to my vitals and limbs, and I could finally breathe normally. I didn't even chase after him. I just closed the door and bolted the locks. I want to end this story by telling you that I am ashamed every day of not acting when I came face to face with this man. Every night I play the situation out again and again in my head. The initial confidence, then the fear that followed, and finally the immobilization of my own body. It makes me sick to think I acted like such a pathetic coward. Nothing can prepare you for moments like those. The worst part is that if it happened again, I fear the same outcome might happen. To clarify what happened, and most importantly, why it happened, well, after the event happened that night, me and my girlfriend phoned the police and explained everything. The police visited the hotel across the street and found nobody. Eamon had been confirmed to have already stayed in the hotel, having booked in a few nights prior, and had left the very same night, just minutes after he had broken into our flat. He had not used Eamon as his name. Instead, he had used a very English-sounding name, and had even provided fake ID documentations, which were so well forged that they hadn't even flagged up on the hotel system. Whoever this guy was, he was a pro. I was able to show the police the list of all my bank transfers too, but they weren't able to trace any of the payments. The account had been closed, making it impossible to get any trace. It wasn't until around last week that the police gave us some information that would change everything, almost a year and a half on from the incident. Eamon hadn't left the UK. He had been staying in various hotels, using fake ID after fake ID to remain anonymous. He was getting away with it too. The police had more or less given up on finding him after a year, and he was put to the back of the cold case pile, assuming he had slipped through the cracks and back to his home country of Egypt. But then, Eamon had slipped up. The last hotel he had stayed in, unbeknownst to Eamon, had a daily room cleaning service. The hotel cleaner would knock 3 times at a specific time, and if the guest didn't answer, and granted the door wasn't bolted, they would enter to clean. Well, it just so happens that Eamon was taking a shower at the time the cleaner entered. The cleaner immediately realized that she was probably intruding and went to leave. On her way out, her eye caught a glimpse of something so disturbing, she immediately left the room and reported it to the police. The cleaner had seen the blueprint plans of what could only be described as a sex dungeon laid out on the bed. There were sketches of a room, including various equipment and a figure drawn into several poses, attached and bound. But that wasn't what made her call the police. It was what was beside it. Pictures of a man, taken of them through their window. The man was shirtless in some of them, others he was walking around in just a pair of briefs. Some of the pictures were taken of this man in the street, amongst crowds of other people in public spaces. The man did not know he was having his picture taken. This man was me. Hundreds and hundreds of photos of myself, beside a sketch of location that Eamon had seemingly built for me. Suddenly everything made sense when the laptop evidence came out, too. Every single call that me and Eamon had shared was recorded by him. Hundreds and hundreds of screenshots had been taken of me from them. Hundreds had been printed out. During the breaks that Eamon had requested, I could only imagine what he had been doing. When the policeman told me all of this, I struggled to hold back the vomit that was building in my throat. This man had not planned to break into our apartment to cause harm to my girlfriend or to steal anything. He had come there to take me, back to Cairo, back to what he had planned. Why did he not take me that night? I don't know. I really don't. Perhaps he saw the bat and figured I was too much trouble. Maybe he had planned to drug me in my sleep, and me being awake was too much of a wrench in his plans. I don't know why he didn't do anything that night, but I know that I'm grateful he didn't try, because I don't think I'd still be here if he had. My name is Joseph. I'm a 25-year-old living in Wisconsin. I am part of a very close-knit friend group composed of about 7 people, my 2 best friends being Ben and Max. Ben is a lively, dependable guy. Max is a very chill guy, polite, super empathetic, and a bit anxious at times. Both are super funny. All 3 of us play games once a week together whenever we find an evening open. It's the way we hang out when life gets too busy to see each other in person. It's sort of a comfort zone for all of us. We've been doing things this way for years. In this friend group, it's a known rule that you're not allowed to ask to come into my room. You either barge in or don't come in at all. We've never really shared why, outside of our group. I think I just need to share it somewhere. My friends believe me when I talk about it, which was great at first. After the past 3-ish years, though, I've started to doubt myself and feel awkward keeping it as a rule. I don't know, maybe that's an excuse. Maybe I just want it out there. Around 3 years ago, when I was about to turn 22, I had a free evening after work and texted the group chat to see if Max and Ben were free. At the time, I lived in a suburban duplex apartment. I got normal responses from both of them. We have a unique flavor of stupidity that we throw around when talking. It felt pretty standard at the time when they responded. We started pretty late, around 12 a.m. Our game sessions usually lasted a few hours, and seeing as I had been getting up at 6 a.m. every morning, I was pretty tired and a bit loopy already. We hopped on a game we'd played together probably hundreds of times. The game itself doesn't matter much. Just a standard voice chat game you could run around and screw with each other in. Everything for the first couple of hours was very normal. Playing on random maps, messing around, moving on to the next one. It was fun as usual. The first instance of something feeling off came when Max and I were separated from Ben and crossing a concrete bridge together. We'd been over this bridge back and forth many times while playing this game in the past. Midway through overwalking it, I heard Max's voice behind me in-game. "Charlie, come over here. Look at this." Seeing as my name is not Charlie, I turned to him and tried to respond comically in my best impression of a Boston accent. "Who be Charlie?" It didn't bother me or anything to be called the wrong name. Not the first time. I just couldn't think of anyone we knew named Charlie. He was looking out over the left side of the bridge. On the right side of this bridge was a giant concrete wall that went up higher than you can realistically climb above. On the left side was a huge, deep cavern with a thick, dark fog in it that made it look infinite. He was staring into it. Ah, whoops. Yeah, sorry, man. But do you see that? I ran up and turned my character to look into the fog with him. I couldn't really see anything. Nah, really. What are you looking at? There's a little outline of a person down there. It's really dark, but it's closer to the base of the bridge than you'd think, with the fog. I looked down a bit, but searching around I couldn't see anything. We'd played this map tons of times, and already knew most of the odd secrets to find, so I started to wonder if he was messing around. Can you send me a screenshot? But there was no response. I waited a few moments, but his character was just sitting there, suddenly dead quiet. It seemed like he'd actually taken his hands off the keyboard and mouse. Hello? My first thought was that his internet was struggling. I sat there waiting to see if he needed to be invited back in. After about 3 minutes, though, I realized it wasn't his internet. I was able to call him on the phone when his character moved again and turned towards me. Alright, good to go? He said. I was really confused now. Weren't you trying to show me something? Could you send me a screenshot of it? I asked him. Sure, I'll snip it later, but for now let's go meet up with Ben. At this point, I knew he was trying to mess with me. I just ignored it and we ran to Ben. Ben was already inside of one of the buildings nearby messing with makeshift cars he'd put together from random parts scattered around the map. My engineering degree finally coming into play, he said, putting explosives on the front of the car. We drove around in his vehicle for a while and blew up whatever we found lying around. It was a lot of fun. No different than any other night we'd been playing together. One thing that was abnormal, however, was that Max kept going silent and unmoving for a few minutes at a time and didn't say anything. That was not really like him at all. He was anxious about inconveniencing people, so he was pretty clear about when he went AFK. Usually. What do you keep getting up to do, Max? I asked. Yeah, I was wondering the same. Ben chimed. Max's character was running around picking up items, helping my family out with stuff off and on. Why? This was a pretty reasonable explanation. His family all lived really close by, so it was normal that he would get up and help them. Weird that they needed it at 2 a.m. in the morning, though. So we moved on. It was still unusual for him to do it without warning, but I wasn't gonna bug him without a real reason. After another bit of messing around, Max started to get a little quieter. He was still playing, but he didn't really say much. He also seemed like he was distracted by something. His character would stop moving occasionally, even if he was still talking on mic. Like, he was looking away from his monitor. I wasn't the only one to notice, because Ben walked up to him in-game. Everything alright, dude? You've been really distracted today. Yeah, if you need to go help your family, we can finish up playing for tonight. He didn't say anything for a few moments. There's a guy outside on the street that's walked by the street lamp in front of my house like 5 times back and forth. I could hear a bit of anxiety in his voice. That's weird. One of the neighbors? Ben asked. I can't tell. He's moving pretty quickly when he does it. Max responded. I could tell he was watching out his window. What the hell? That's scary. The guy's just standing under it now. What does he look like? Ben asked. He sounded as nervous as I was. Not sure. Early 30s, maybe. He's not one of the neighbors. Be careful, man, I said. It was really unusual for Max to be this scared of something. He is an anxious guy with social situations, but he's pretty strong-willed when it comes to actual danger. I'll be right back. I could hear Max get up away from his computer. Ben and I looked at each other's characters. After a bit of tense silence, Max finally spoke again. He walked away. That was freaky. Glad my window is pretty well covered by the bushes out front. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Might just be an oddball taking a night walk. Ben was trying to be reassuring with this. but we were all a bit anxious. It might have been a bit dramatic to be worried about a random person standing under a street lamp, but it was more about how nervous Max seemed. It was really unusual for him, not to mention how late it was. We played on for a while, we joked around and started to drift back into laughter. This is where things started to freak me out a bit. I got a call from Max on the phone. "Hey, can you hear me, Joseph?" "Yeah, why?" But then I realized something. I could hear Max speaking in voice chat. He was running around and talking loudly with Ben. I could hear it clearly, but what he was saying in-game was not what I heard over the phone. "Really? I haven't been able to hear either of you for the past 10 minutes. I didn't realize it at first until I hadn't heard either of you speak in a while." My brain sort of froze hearing this. I could actively hear Max talking not 10 feet away from my character. "Are you talking in-game right now?" "No, why? Did you do something to try and fix it? I can't hear you guys at all." I didn't really know what to do here. My heart was speeding up a bit listening to this happen. I muted on my phone and started to talk over voice chat. "Hey Max, can you hear me right now?" Max's character turned to me. "Yeah, loud and clear, boss." This is exactly the response I'd expect from Max to a question like this. He had to be messing with me. I unmuted on the phone. "Are you messing with me, man? I am seriously confused right now. I can hear you talking in-game. You even responded to me." "What? Are you guys trying to mess with me again?" I could hear that this was genuine confusion. I unmuted in voice chat and stayed unmuted on the phone. "So you can hear me right now?" Both the Max on the phone and the Max in-game gave different responses at the same time. This didn't feel like something Max could have pulled off for a random joke. It was very convincing. I muted in-game again. This started to freak me out. I couldn't logically figure out what could be going on, and it was making me uncomfortable. I kept thinking back to the weird stuff Max was doing while playing. Something about it was bothering me. The Max over the phone was the least likely to be some sort of a hacker, so I decided to talk to him. "I can hear you talking in-game. You're talking right now and messing around with Ben." I figured I should just clearly explain to him what's going on. "You two need to stop doing stuff like this. It always freaks me out." There was a twinge of laughter in his voice. I could tell he didn't believe me. I'll admit, Ben and I had messed with him a few times, but nothing to this extent. I guess from his perspective, he just had my word to go off of for what was happening. "I'm dead serious, Max. I'm not joking." By the sound he made, I sensed he could tell I wasn't screwing with him. Unfortunately, from here on things got more than uncomfortable. I texted Ben to try and let him know what was going on, but didn't get a response. I muted my phone and walked up to him in-game. "Hey Ben." His character wasn't moving. "I think he got up to do something real quick," I heard Max's character say. I didn't like that I couldn't tell if it was really him or not. Both the Max on the phone and the Max over voice chat sounded exactly like him. I sat there and waited for a while to see if Ben would come back. I heard Max's character speak again. Holy shit," he said. This sounded like he was genuinely startled. It made my heart sink a bit. "What?" "I can't see it clearly on the street, but I think someone's being attacked. I see something in the road, and a girl is screaming." I heard a loud noise that sounded like him getting up from his chair and ripping off his headphones. "What is that?" "What? What?" I heard a sudden movement that sounded like he slammed his hands against the desk. His breathing became really loud. He was right next to his mic. It sounded like he was trembling. "I think that saw me. It saw me. It looked right at me, Joseph. Ben, someone needs to call the police. My phone isn't in here. It's in the other room." I was just stuttering, trying to think of a response. At this point, I didn't know what to do, because I was on the phone with who I thought was Max already. Ben was still silent. "Joseph, please. I don't know if it saw me, and what I just saw, that girl. Joseph, I think it's going to kill me. I have to hide. Tell the police I'm hiding in the..." I jumped when I heard a loud crash like a window shattering, followed by the most horrific scream I have ever heard in my life. Max was screaming for help. This was real. There's a difference between a fake scream and someone pleading for their life, and this was real. It made me feel queasy. Max, are you okay? I screamed through my phone. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? What's going on? Max, you were screaming. It's coming from your character. You're being attacked or something. It sounds so real. Please tell me this is a joke. This is too far for me. I would not do that, dude. I'm serious. This is scaring me. Are you both joking with me? I keep telling you no, not at all. This is too far. I was trembling and didn't know what to do. I held the phone away from my face, turned to my microphone and asked, Max, what happened? There was silence for about 30 seconds. My whole body tensed when, very loudly and clearly, I heard what sounded like someone grabbing the headset and putting it on. I stayed quiet. Someone was breathing very quietly on the other side, and Max's character began to move again. Over the phone I asked Max whether he was moving or not. No, I'm on the phone across the room from my PC. Something about the air of the situation had changed. I didn't know if I should move my mouse or speak. What was moving the character? Who was I on the phone with? It sounded like Max. Was it? Out of nowhere, Max's character turned and froze, staring straight at my character. After a moment, it ran up to mine, and Max started speaking in-game. Can I come in, Joseph? Can I come in, Joseph? Can I come in, Joseph? It repeated this over and over. It didn't take a breath. The sound was almost like a recording. Then I realized something. I tore off my headphones. I remember feeling every hair stand up across my body. The character was repeating the phrase. I could hear it in my headphones, but removing them, I could still hear it. It wasn't just coming from my headphones. It was muffled, coming from my closet just a few feet behind me. I was unable to speak or move. Something about the noise I made caused Max to sound panicked. Dude, what's wrong? Are you crying? Something is in my room. I could barely get the words out. Max said he was going to call the police, which made me panic even more. I would be alone with this thing while he was on the phone. No, Max, please stay on the phone. It's here. It's in my closet. I'm terrified. What do you mean it? Wait, no, just stay quiet. I'll stay. Don't worry, man. I'm here. I'll message the group chat and tell someone to call the police to your house. I sat there silently for far too long, shaking. I could still hear the muffled words coming from my closet. Not once did it pause or slow down. It sounded like Max, but I knew it wasn't. I couldn't tell if it sounded excited or distressed. Its voice was getting shakier with each passing repeat. My heart was going so fast I thought I was starting to have a heart attack. I wasn't even trying to figure out what this was anymore. I wanted out of there. But the door out of my room was on the other side of the closet. Okay, Joseph, Mary is calling the police. Just stay put and quiet. I'm also getting in my car to drive over there to you. I'll tell the others to meet me there too. I tapped my phone in an attempt to acknowledge him. Suddenly, the repeating voice stopped. I was petrified to think it may have heard me. The tap was so quiet. I don't know how anyone would be able to hear it, especially from the other side of a closed closet door. I'd also spoken a moment ago. Why did it react this time? Then it started up again, repeating. Whatever it was listening for movement. Despite this, I decided to try to get past the door. The window behind me would be loud, so it wasn't an option. I took very slow steps, trying my best not to creak the wooden floorboards beneath the carpet. I got to right before the closed closet door. I could hear it clearly. Deep in the lower part of the closet, it wasn't whispering, and now that I was closer to it, I could hear something else. Very quietly and softly, in between repeats, I could hear what sounded like tapping on the door. It was almost as if it was trying to knock. I did not want to step in front of that door. Every part of me was resisting. The moment I put my foot in front of the closet door, the voice stopped. I have never experienced heightened senses like I did at that moment. The silence felt so loud it hurt. My skin felt like it was burning horribly on the side closest to the closet, in what I assume was bated anticipation of something opening the door. I had to stop myself from screaming when the door shook violently with 3 consecutive hits. It was knocking again, but much more forcefully now. This time it was directly next to my head on the other side of the closet door. The knocking was followed by the repeating phrase, starting back up again. It sounded faster, more frantic. It almost sounded like it was on the verge of screaming. It was very clearly as close to the door as possible. I wanted to run so badly. With every step forward, the voice followed me, inches away from my ear on the other side. It obviously knew I was there, so I just gave in to my fear and sprinted. I got to my bedroom door and started to open it. My skin felt like it was still on fire from the fear. I heard something violently turn my closet doorknob behind me and push it open with immense force. I did not wait or look. I ripped open my door and flung myself through, slamming it behind me, and sprinted into the living room. I don't remember what I said to Max at that point over my phone. Apparently he could hear over the phone what I'd been hearing once I'd gotten close enough to the closet. I could tell he was rushing to get into his car. Watching, nothing came out of my room. Nothing even touched the door. It was just pure silence. I kept listening, but nothing made a sound. Waiting there in silence was horrible. I began wondering if it entered some other part of the house, but for some reason I had a strong feeling in the pit of my stomach. If I took my eyes away from the door, that thing would know. I could feel it. It was still waiting, watching me for the moment I stopped looking. I don't even know if I blinked. After an eternity, I could hear the police sirens. They arrived and found me trembling in the corner of the living room. I don't remember much during this, at least accurately, but I know they searched the home and the room thoroughly. Max and the others arrived one by one not too shortly after. I had no proof of what was going on, but the police believed something had happened because of how horrified I was. Unfortunately, they suspected it was a bad drug trip of some kind. Granted, that is not only the more reasonable explanation, but is also not uncommon here. My friends and parents testified that I was not a user of drugs of any kind, so I didn't have to get a drug test, but I get the feeling the officers used that as their explanation. My friends and I did our own research of the house after the fact. My friends are overprotective of each other, so it was hard to convince them not to. We ended up finding a few things. We also found that a number of the clothes I had in the closet were covered in what looked like wet ash, specifically the bottom of my hanging shirts and jackets. It was like whatever was crouched under them was covered in it. The same substance was scraped across the door from where it had followed me. It smelled horrible. I don't even know what I'd compare it to. It just smelled rotten, like death. Then what made us leave immediately after was the fact that my closet door was still open, but my window was closed. That thing never left my room. I don't know how long it was waiting in my closet, but I didn't want to assume it could just phase through walls. I'd been in my room all day. I didn't feel comfortable assuming the thing had just vanished off somewhere. Instead, we left immediately, and I stayed with Max for a month while I moved apartments. I feel terrible about this, but I hired movers to transport everything. I didn't want to go back there. I also warned the owner of what had happened, and, as I expected, they didn't really seem to believe me. I don't blame them. It's honestly difficult for me to figure out what really happened in that situation. There's a few more things. These two bothered me more than all the others. Firstly, Ben hadn't played with us at all that night. He showed us, and he hadn't even received the text I sent, nor Max's response. Max and I both showed him that he'd responded to the group chat. He assured us he never even knew we were playing that night. So, even beyond whatever it was imitating Max, It also imitated Ben from the start. Finally, something far worse came up in the next few days. This is what assured me beyond anything else. This was not a hallucination. In Max's neighborhood, a woman was found mutilated in a field that lined the streets in front of Max's house a few days after all of this happened. No information was put forward to the public other than her name. It was one of Max's neighbors, one he'd never spoken to, but a woman he'd seen many times. She was dead. Whatever was speaking to me as Max wasn't just making things up. It had killed that woman, and told it to me as if Max was watching it happen. I've wondered many times if it was really happening in front of Max's house, while I was on the phone with him. I burned the clothes that had the ash on them out in a field as soon as I got them from the movers. I didn't want anything to sit remaining from this. Ever since that night, we've depended more heavily on in-person hangouts. The anxiety has dissipated, as nothing's happened since then. It almost feels like a dream. If it weren't for Max and the experience with Ben, I'd have probably been able to say it was a bad nightmare or something. I don't know if that would be better or worse. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me. I suppose I wanted closure of some kind. If something like that is out there, it makes me wonder what else we don't know about in our daily lives. It scares me. How often do we interact with people we consider friends and family without realizing they're a cheap imitation? That thought runs across my mind every time I have a sentimental conversation with a friend over the phone, or think of a good memory with a person I love, where we weren't face to face. Someone getting my name wrong sends me so much anxiety. If I couldn't see them in these memories, was it them? Were they really there? For my own sanity, I have chosen to try and believe they were. However, I have a feeling I will never have a way of really convincing myself it's true. My sister Maya loves plushies and dolls. She collects them from everywhere. Garage sales, thrift stores, vacations, and random stores she finds online. Her bedroom shelves are crowded with soft faces and glassy eyes staring out from every corner. A few of them, though, are different. Not broken exactly, but wrong. My brother Jake calls them haunted. The story is about one of them, a Furby named Bub. We didn't find Bub in a dusty box or a haunted attic. He came from a regular toy store in the mall, brand new and perfectly wrapped. His fur was spotless, his plastic eyes bright, his box untouched. Maya loved him instantly. I liked him too, even though something about him made me uneasy. Jake hated him from the moment he saw him. He said Bub's eyes followed him around the room. At first I thought Jake was exaggerating. Then I started to notice things. The way Bub's gaze seemed to catch the light even when the room was dark. The faint, broken whirring sound that came from him at night. Sometimes when the house was quiet, I could swear I heard a whisper from Maya's room. A faint, mechanical voice. Bub stayed in Maya's room with her other plushies, so it wasn't unusual when she came home one day holding something new. She had found a porcelain doll at a garage sale she visited with our mom. The doll had pale skin, a blue dress trimmed with lace, and deep green glass eyes. I found her at number 66, Maya said proudly. Her name is Clara. From the moment Clara entered the house, Bub went quiet. Completely silent. No clicks, no whirs, no whispers. I didn't think much of it at first, but later I realized that something in the air had changed. When I went into Maya's room one evening to borrow a notebook, I passed by Bub on the shelf. He was staring at the door, and when I reached for the notebook, a low, garbled whisper came from him, too faint to understand. It was probably my imagination, but it sounded like, "Hungry, feed me." Maya started carrying Clara everywhere. She talked to her constantly, like the doll was whispering back. Within a week, Maya looked different. She had grown pale, her cheeks hollow, her hair thinner. She barely ate, barely slept. Jake and I tried to talk to our parents, but they laughed it off. "She's just being creative," Mom said. I didn't think creativity made someone look like they were fading away. One night, I decided to get rid of Clara myself. The moonlight was weak when I slipped into Maya's room. Everything was still. Her dolls watched from the shelves, and Bub's eyes glimmered faintly from the dresser. As I crept toward the bed, I could have sworn one of his eyes flickered closed, like a wink. Clara lay beside Maya, her green eyes half open, only human. Her hair seemed thicker than before, her cheeks faintly pink, her lips slightly parted in what almost looked like a smile. When I picked her up, her body was ice cold. The chill ran down my arms. I didn't stop to think. I just rushed outside and threw her into the trash bin. That was supposed to be the end of it. The next morning, Maya walked downstairs with Clara in her arms. The doll looked newer than ever, her hair shiny, her eyes bright. Maya looked exhausted, but she was smiling. When I met Clara's gaze, I thought I saw amusement there, a kind of quiet, knowing victory. A week later, our parents went away for their anniversary. It was just the three of us, Jake, Maya, and me, left in the house with a freezer full of pizza. That night, the table felt heavy with silence. Maya sat opposite me, pale and distant, with Clara perched neatly on her lap. Every so often, Maya's hand twitched, as though someone were tugging invisible strings. "Do you want a bite, Clara?" Maya asked softly. Jake sighed. "Oh my God, Maya, it's a doll. It doesn't eat pizza. Can you stop being weird?" Maya looked up. Her eyes didn't look brown anymore. They were cloudy with a faint greenish tint. "Clara says you shouldn't talk to me like that," she said, "or you'll get punished." Jake laughed, but it was uneasy. "Okay, that's enough." Her voice changed then. It deepened, hollow and wrong. "You don't take us seriously." Before I could move, Maya grabbed the steak knife beside her plate and drove it into Jake's hand. He screamed, jerking back as the lights flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. When they blinked on again, Jake was clutching his bleeding hand, and Maya was already running upstairs. The doll clutched tight against her chest. I remember those green eyes glinting as she turned the corner. I didn't think. I just followed. Maya's bedroom door slammed shut behind me as I entered. The curtains were drawn, the air cold. I could hear her breathing somewhere in the dark. I fumbled for the light switch, terrified of what I might see. When the lights came on, Maya was sitting on the floor, her back to me. Clara's arms were wrapped around her neck like a child's embrace. The doll's head turned slowly toward me, her lips curling into a painted smile. "Come play with me, Noah," she said. Her voice wasn't Maya's, or anyone's. It was flat, distorted, like a recording of a broken radio. "Leave her alone," I shouted, my voice shaking. Clara tilted her head. "I feel no guilt," she whispered. "I feed on your family in plain sight." Her hands uncurled from Maya's shoulders as she lowered herself on the ground. Slowly she made her way over to me and stretched her hand toward me, fingers stiff and pale. Then another voice broke the silence. "Stop." It came from the dresser. Bub's eyes were glowing a deep red. His tiny plastic beak opened, and a low rumble filled the room. "Who are you?" Clara hissed. "I am your master," Bub said. His voice was layered and mechanical, but heavy with authority. "Bow down to me." Clara screamed, a sound that rattled the walls. Her porcelain face cracked down the middle. Smoke rose from her chest as she twisted and convulsed. "You can't stop me," she shrieked. Bub's eyes flared brighter. "Bow," he said, "or burn." Clara's body splintered, then melted, collapsing into a puddle of wax and ash. Her last cry was a high, thin wail that shattered the lamp beside Maya's bed. Then silence. Bub's head turned toward me, his eyes dimmed to normal. "Delicious," he whispered. And then he was still. We told the police it was an accident, that Jake had stabbed himself while goofing around. They believed us. Maya doesn't remember what happened that night, and she's healthier now. Her color has returned. Her laughter, too. Clara is gone, reduced to a blackened stain on the floorboards. But sometimes I catch Bub watching me from the dresser, his plastic face blank, his eyes a little too bright. I know better now than to underestimate him, because one spring morning I woke to a familiar sound drifting through the vent between our rooms, a soft electronic chirp, followed by a whisper that froze me where I lay. "Hungry. Feed me." I don't usually post stuff like this. I don't even use Reddit much except to scroll when I can't sleep. But lately I've been waking up around 3 or 4 in the morning, just knowing something's outside my window. So maybe writing it out will help. Maybe someone here has gone through something like this. This all started last winter, around mid-December. My cousin Nate had this idea to go stay at his family's old hunting cabin, up by Lake Superior. His dad built it in the late 80s, but nobody had used it in years. He said it would be a digital detox weekend. No internet, barely any phone use. We only brought our phones for emergencies. Just a wood stove, some beer, and a couple days of peace and quiet. I was hesitant because the timing sucked. Roads were icy, snowstorms every few days. But Nate wouldn't shut up about it. Said he needed to clear his head after his breakup, and that I owed him one for missing his birthday. So I said screw it. The drive up was worse than either of us expected. The last few miles were winding forest road, barely plowed, no cell service. Snow was falling in thick sheets, and the trees looked like black walls on both sides. Every now and then we'd see a deer dart through the headlights and vanish into the dark, and both of us would flinch. By the time we got to the cabin, it was almost 9 p.m. The place was buried halfway up the porch in snow. No footprints, no tire tracks, just untouched white. Inside smelled like damp wood and animal piss. The first thing we noticed was the cold. Not regular cold. It felt wrong somehow. Heavier. Like it didn't belong inside. We got the generator going. Thank God it still worked. And the little place started to warm up. Nate cracked a beer, joked about how we were real mountain men now. We played a few hands of cards, made some soup on the propane stove, and eventually passed out on the fold-out couch. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The generator had stopped. Everything was quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Dead quiet. Like the air itself had stopped moving. I remember sitting up and instantly getting this feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't explain it. My body just knew. When I went outside to restart the generator, my flashlight caught something in the snow. A trail of prints circling the cabin. Barefoot, human-shaped but off somehow. The toes were longer, the stride uneven, like whoever made them had been dragging one leg. They went all the way around the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I woke Nate up. He stumbled outside with me, half asleep, swearing I was overreacting, until he saw them himself. He crouched down to look closer, and I swear I saw his breath catch when he realized how deep they went, like whoever made them weighed a lot. We locked the doors, piled some firewood in front of the entrance, and tried to pretend it was fine. We barely slept. The next morning the snow had stopped, but the air felt heavier. There was this strange smell. Not quite rot, Not quite metal, but sharp enough to burn in your nose. We ate a quick breakfast and decided to leave early, but when we went outside, the truck wouldn't start. The battery wasn't just dead, it was gone, like it had been pulled out cleanly. The weirdest part? The hood wasn't even damaged. The latch was still locked, like something had just lifted it open. There were drag marks in the snow leading off toward the trees. He grabbed a hatchet from the shed and said he was going to follow the tracks. Just a little way. I told him not to, that we should stay put until someone found us, but he was stubborn like that. He didn't come back. I waited for maybe 20 minutes before I went after him. There were new prints now, his mixed with the others. I followed them about 20 yards before the trees got thicker and the light dimmed. Then I noticed the smell again, stronger this time. Something was hanging from a branch ahead, part of Nate's flannel sleeve, torn clean off, and below it, the snow was soaked dark. At least, it looked like blood. Later, when the snow melted and refroze, it was gone. Maybe that's why the search team didn't find any sign of it, but in that moment, it was enough to make me freeze in place. That's when I heard him, or at least, I thought it was him. He said my name, soft at first, then louder. It sounded like it was coming from deeper in the woods, but the echo didn't sound right. It was like the voice was inside my head instead of around me. Nate had shouted my name earlier when he left, so at first I thought maybe he was still close. I called back, but there was only silence. Then I saw it. It was standing between two trees, hunched but still taller than any person should be. Its skin was stretched tight, grayish, and thin enough to show ribs. The head looked human at first, but the jaw was too long, like it had been broken and never healed. When it opened its mouth, I could see black around its gums, and something wet and red dripping from the corners. It stepped forward and the sound it made wasn't footsteps. It was more like cracking branches inside the snow. I don't remember running, but I must have. I just remember the feeling of my lungs tearing apart in the cold air, and the moment I saw the road, a narrow stretch of white cutting through the trees. I didn't stop until I hit pavement, maybe 2 miles away. When I finally got to a gas station, I called the sheriff's office. They told me the roads were blocked by fallen trees and they couldn't get a plow up there until the storm cleared. They sent a team 2 days later. Once it was finally passable, they found the cabin. They found the truck. They found Nate's phone, frozen and half buried about a mile from the property. But no Nate. No blood trail, nothing else. They said maybe a bear got him. I didn't argue. That was 8 months ago. I've moved 3 times since then. Different cities, different apartments. I don't tell people why. I don't even tell my family the full story. They think I'm still dealing with trauma and making things up in my head. Maybe they're right. But sometimes I wonder if it followed my scent, or if I brought something back from that place without realizing it. 2 nights ago, I woke up around 3:47 a.m. Someone was whispering my name from the hallway. I live alone. When I finally got the courage to look, the whispering stopped, but right under my bedroom window, on the patch of frozen mud, there were footprints. Barefoot, human-shaped, and just slightly too long, like the same ones from the night in the snow, perfectly preserved, like whatever made them hadn't walked here. It had just appeared. I don't know if I'm losing my mind, but I need to write this somewhere before it gets worse. I live in a small 2-bedroom apartment on the edge of town. Not quite the city, but not the countryside either. It's one of those complexes with identical beige buildings, a half-empty parking lot, and a chain-link fence separating it from a strip of woods that no one really goes into. The kind of place where people keep to themselves. I've been here for 2 years. It's quiet, which I like. Or at least it was. About 3 weeks ago, I started hearing this weird noise outside my window at night. Not just random noise. It sounded like someone walking. Not heavy footsteps, but slow, dragging ones. Like bare feet on pavement. At first I thought maybe it was one of my neighbors coming home late, or some raccoons going through the trash. But the sound didn't make sense. It would stop right beneath my window, stay there for a few minutes, and then move toward the fence that leads to the woods. After a few nights of that, I started looking out the blinds when I heard it, but I never saw anyone. Until the 5th night. That night, I was up late working on my laptop when I heard it again. Slow, scraping steps on the sidewalk below. I peeked through the blinds. The motion light by the parking lot flicked on, and for a split second I saw a figure standing near the fence. It was tall, too tall and thin, but the proportions were wrong, like someone had been stretched out. I could see its outline in the yellow light. It had long arms that hung lower than they should have, and its head tilted like it was listening. Then the light turned off, and it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. I told my neighbor the next morning, a woman named Danielle who lived here longer than I have. She looked uneasy when I mentioned the woods. She said she's heard weird noises too, especially around 2 or 3 in the morning, crying sometimes. Could be coyotes, she said, but her voice didn't sound convinced. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was an animal. I even left my phone recording one night while I slept, just to prove it was nothing. When I played it back the next morning, most of it was silence until about 2:17 a.m. That's when I heard footsteps, then this sound like something whispering, really close to the microphone. It was too quiet to make out, but it almost sounded like my name. The next night, I left my phone recording again, but when I clicked in the morning, the file was corrupted, just static. Things got worse after that. I'd find the motion light by the parking lot on when I woke up, even though it's supposed to turn off automatically. My trash can got knocked over twice. Once when I stepped outside in the morning, I noticed what looked like handprints on my window. Not fingerprints, full, flat palms. Too long. The skin had left smudges, like it was damp. I tried calling the building manager, but he brushed it off as kids messing around. Then about a week ago, I got home from work and found something sitting outside my door. A dead rabbit. Its body looked twisted, like its neck had been turned completely around. I didn't even touch it. I called maintenance, but when they came by, the body was gone. That night I heard someone knock on my door around midnight. 3 slow knocks. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there, but I could hear breathing. It was deep and uneven, like someone trying to imitate what breathing should sound like. After about 30 seconds, it stopped. I didn't sleep again that night either. The next morning, I noticed muddy footprints, leading from the front door to the sidewalk. Bare feet, large ones, with toes that looked too long. Danielle moved out 2 days later. She didn't even tell anyone, just packed her car and left. I don't know what's happening here. Last night was the worst. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke up because I heard something tapping on my bedroom window. I live on the 2nd floor, so there shouldn't be anything tapping on my window. When I looked, I saw a face pressed against the glass. It was pale, almost gray, and the eyes were too big. The mouth was open, moving like it was trying to form words, but no sound came out. Then, this part still makes my stomach turn. I realized it looked like me. The same eyes, the same hair, but wrong, like someone wearing my face but not knowing how to use it. I fell backwards, hit the nightstand, and by the time I looked again, it was gone. I haven't told anyone else yet. I don't even know how to explain it. But tonight, as I'm typing this, I can hear it again. The dragging footsteps outside, moving up and down the sidewalk. Every few minutes it stops right below my window. and I swear I just heard it whisper my name. When my wife Sarah and I bought the house, it felt like a dream come true. Quiet neighborhood, plenty of trees, and a big backyard with a rusted, overgrown fence running along the far edge. The realtor said the forest behind it was undeveloped county land. No trails, no utilities, no trespassing. She mentioned the fence was probably an old property divider. But it wasn't just a fence. It was nearly 8 feet tall, made of rusted iron, with twisted, sharp points along the top, like it was built to keep something in, not out. Right in the center, hidden behind vines and moss, was a gate, welded shut with thick seams of metal and rust. On the inside of the gate, our side, someone had carved a single word into the metal: stay. At first we thought it was some strange leftover from the previous owners. Maybe they were paranoid. Maybe they had kids and wanted to scare them from wandering into the woods. Now I think they were trying to warn us. The dog noticed it first. Bear is usually friendly, dumb as a rock, but loyal. After we moved in, he refused to go near the fence, wouldn't even step into the backyard. He'd stand at the sliding door, growling softly, tail low, ears pinned. Then the dream started. Sarah said she kept dreaming about the woods, dense black trees packed tighter than they should be. She said she heard things walking just out of sight, shapes moving between the trunks. I shrugged it off, told her it was stress. New house, new environment, normal adjustment stuff. Then I started having the same dreams, and then it got worse. One night last week, I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. Not from a noise, not from a nightmare. I just knew I had to wake up. The house was silent. Even Bear wasn't snoring. I got up and looked out the back window. There, standing inside the fence, on the other side of the welded gate. I couldn't see much, just a tall silhouette. Pale, almost white, barely human-shaped. It didn't move, didn't run when I turned on the porch light. It just raised a long, thin arm and pointed at me. I blinked. It was gone. The next morning, I found bare footprints in the dew. Human-looking, but wrong. Toes too long, arches too low. They led from the gate, across the backyard, and stopped right beneath our bedroom window. That night, Sarah said I was talking in my sleep. Not mumbling, whispering. She said I kept repeating the same phrase over and over. Let me back in. I remember now. Let me back in. I don't remember any of it, but she swears she saw me get up around 2 a.m., unlock the back door, and stand by the fence, just staring. She said I whispered something to the gate, and something whispered back. Last night was the worst. I woke to Sarah shaking me, tears in her eyes. The gate, she said. Listen. I held my breath. In the silence I heard it. Metal groaning. A slow, dragging, shrieking noise. Rusted hinges straining. We ran to the window. The gate was open, bent inward like something had forced its way through the welds. I grabbed a flashlight and went out barefoot, heart pounding. The air near the gate was colder, still, like the woods themselves were watching. And that's when I saw it. The word on the gate, stay, was gone, scratched over with deep, jagged gouges. Now it said, welcome home. I don't know what I did. I don't know what's calling to me from those woods, but something is, something that remembers me, and I think I'm starting to remember it too. It's hard to say when it started. I graduated college a year ago now, moved to a new city far from home, started trying to do the whole grad school thing by myself. It was a lot at first, but after almost a year in, I felt like I was getting it all figured out. After my first few weeks here, though, I started feeling really, really off. And I don't mean mentally. I had headaches, chest pains, nausea, the whole deal. At the time, I was scheduling doctor's appointments to figure it out. I know now it was a precursor of my new condition. I was undergoing some kind of change that I didn't understand. At some point in the last 2 months, my body decided to fall apart. The first to go were my molars. You know that powdery taste that fills your mouth when the dentist drills into your teeth? That was on my tongue for 3 weeks. I was absent-mindedly smacking my lips for a month, trying to abate the calcium's tang, completely oblivious to what was coming. It was annoying, but it didn't seem dangerous at the time. I figured I could schedule another checkup once my new job's health insurance kicked in. That plan went out the window when I woke up and felt soggy clumps of teeth sloughing into the back of my half-awake throat. I shot upright, gagging and spitting. My tongue desperately felt along my teeth for the cause, and stopped once it reached the right first and second molars. There was still material there, but it wasn't bone. The closest thing I can think of to describe it is a sandcastle at high tide. There was a shape, some structure, but with every second, I could feel grains of myself slipping away to be digested by my own saliva. I wasn't scared yet, just confused. I was in shock, my brain refusing to put together what was happening. The fear came when I realized I couldn't feel it. Parts of my teeth were separating from the roots, and I can't feel it at all. My fingers dug into my mouth before I could tell them to, clawing for some kind of information. The only thing that came was a delicate squish, marrow spreading over my hand like warm butter. Naturally, I screamed. I screamed for a while. It took my voice giving out for me to even remember. I could move. I thought of my bathroom mirror. If I could just see what I was feeling, maybe I could figure out a normal explanation. I threw myself out of bed, but didn't find the solid footing of a functional step. Instead, my calf sunk into my ankle with a muted crunch. I barely had time to register my heel's liquidation before I hit the ground. My head bounced off the floor, more sticky resin seeping from my mouth into the carpet. My eyes instinctively moved to see what had happened. My left foot was mangled. It looked like the bones of my heel had vanished, leaving nothing to stop the shin from sliding into its position. Despite the damage, my toes could still wiggle. I could feel them just as I had my entire life. Moreover, just like with my teeth, pain wouldn't come. My head throbbed from the impact of the fall, but the foot felt perfectly fine. I leaned on my bed and began to lift myself up, being careful not to put any weight on my left side. I managed to find my balance, and attempted to limp toward the bathroom. I was surprised to find the foot could still support my weight if I was on my toes. But walking flat felt, I don't know, incorrect. Half sturdy limb and half waterbed, I guess. With each step, I felt whatever was left of my tarsals sloshing through whatever was left of the muscle, creeping into the structurally sound portions of my body. Finally, I made it to the mirror. If I hadn't shouted my voice apart earlier, I would have surely lost it then. Distracted by my own disintegration, I had completely ignored the lack of sensation in my right ear. While it remained firmly attached, the shape of it dragged down the side of my face. I hesitantly reached to touch it, and flinched as my fingers sunk into the deflated cartilage. My thoughts were brought back to my teeth. I leaned my head back and pulled my cheek to the side. My gums were slathered with the gritty, whitish substance. I closed my mouth tightly and sucked on my teeth in an attempt to wipe the slime away. I carefully opened up again. I prodded at where the molars had been rotted, and to my horror, the gums caved in as well. I heard it as much as I felt it. A soft, mushy squish. I didn't even have to call an ambulance. The neighbors apparently thought I was being stabbed to death with how loud I was shouting. The officers sped me to the hospital after seeing the state I was in. I spent 6 days in the emergency room. Needless to say, the doctors had the same amount of information I did. Latent genetic disorder was tossed around. I heard cancerous mutation at one point. They couldn't take a blood test because, in their words, my circulatory system had become irregularly located. They took some x-rays, but every time they would come out blurred, as if the machine itself was shaking from what it was looking at. Query after query, guess after clueless guess. They weren't able to help, but thought I was too fascinating to go unstudied. I got shipped from the ER across state lines to some specialty lab. The only possession I got to bring with me was my laptop, which would be nice if I couldn't see them jotting down notes as I typed this. That was 2 weeks ago. At that point, if I have the timeline right, my left pinky, right cheekbone, left leg up to the knee, right leg halfway up the femur, one floating rib, and even more of my teeth had gelatinated, as they started calling it. I was already a rotten, wasting thing composed of my own dissolving matter, just waiting to pop. I couldn't imagine it getting worse, and yet here I am, much, much worse. At least I might get a condition named after me. It's hard to describe the state I'm in now. Most of my fingers still work, but the palms they're affixed to lie flaccid and motionless. Did you know your shoulder blades are the only bones in your body that aren't directly joined to another? They're connected to the shoulder through flexible tendons that can stretch according to the desired movement. That's why it slides across your back freely when you move your arm. That's also why I felt them slip down my ribs. One smashed through my pelvis, which itself was already half gone. 2 days later, the other one clattered across my ribs as it fell, knocking 2 loose, before getting stuck in my right butt cheek and fading completely. Still no pain, just less mobility. All I'm able to do now is type, slowly type out what's happening to me. Any day now my skull will evaporate, or maybe my vertebrae. I'm not a religious man, but when my jaw began to swing, I started praying. I think of 2 prayers when I wake up and repeat them when I go to bed. I invoke whatever creator allowed this to happen to end it as soon as possible. Second, I beg to feel some kind of pain when it happens. Any hint as to what's become of my body. I clean houses for a living. Well, not the nice kind. The places I get sent to are the ones that sit in real estate market for years. Speak of hollowed homes, drug dens, and old estates nobody wants to touch. My boss likes to call them distressed properties. He always gives me the same routine when he hands me over the keys. Don't overthink what you see, just clean enough to make the place presentable. This time was slightly different. He added something new. And don't worry about any, well, funny markings in this one. That phrasing stuck in my head all morning. Funny markings. The house was way past the county line. A 3-story Victorian that was half swallowed by the trees along the side of the road. Every window had a shadow behind it. Inside, the air smelled like wet dust and mold. Why would anyone ever want to buy this place? Regardless, I worked my way up floor by floor, trying not to look too long at anything. Every surface felt sticky, like it remembered being touched. The wallpaper upstairs was peeling in spirals. There were these faint, reddish smears underneath it. When I reached the attic, I finally understood what my boss meant. The room was large and empty, but just in the center of the spoiled wooden floorboards, there was a dark imprint, and not exactly a stain. It had edges like a silhouette. You could see the curve of a head, shoulders, and knees forced straight. It was a person, or what was left of one. as if they had lain there for a very, very long time and their skin had melted into the wood. I tried to ignore it at first, but the longer I stood there, the heavier the air got. There was no smell at first, just this metallic taste that coated my tongue. I set up my bucket, poured bleach, and started scrubbing hard, but with an essence of pervasive reluctance that couldn't leave me. The wood hissed. I thought maybe it was moisture reacting with the cleaner, but then the stain bubbled. Little white blisters had formed along the outline of the ribs, popping with a soft crackle. The smell hit. It wasn't bleach anymore, but something sour, like when you open a drain trap that hasn't been touched in like years. I gagged. My eyes began to burn. It felt like the fumes were crawling under my skin. My arms went weak, and a paralyzing pressure started building behind my jaw, like I was about to vomit, but nothing came up. The outline of the body didn't fade. Disgusted, I dropped the brush. I don't even remember climbing down the ladder. 1 second I was on my knees in the attic, and the next I was in the hallway, shaking like a rabid dog. My heartbeat was so loud it felt like its pulse filled the whole house. The bathroom was the only place with any running water, so I went there to wash the bleach off my arms. The sink was cracked but functional. The water came out cloudy at first but gradually cleared. When I looked in the mirror, my face was gray. My eyes had tiny red capillaries spidering from the corners. My skin began to itch. It broke into reddish, painful blisters. And when I rubbed at my forearm, it felt warmer than usual. I leaned over the sink to splash water on my face, and that's when the drain gurgled. It burped up a bubble the size of a golf ball. It popped, and the smell was... I don't even know how to describe it. Rotten flesh. Something black oozed up through the drain. Slow, thick, clotted. It wasn't sewage. It was viscous, like congealed blood. I backed up, and that's when I noticed the tub. The bottom was ringed with brown. There was some water, but it wasn't reflecting any of the ceiling. It looked deep, like it went somewhere. Floating in the center was a tangle of something stringy hair, maybe. But there were other bits caught in it, pale chunks with edges that glistened, something bone-colored, something that had teeth. A skull flattened through its scalp, battered to the surface like ground meat. I didn't check twice. I was too shocked to scream. I couldn't help but instinctively run away. I was done with this place. I left everything, the supplies, the keys, the ladder, and drove straight home. I didn't even call my boss until the next morning, and when I did, he picked up on the first ring. When I told him what I'd seen, he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Good God, you shouldn't have stayed that long. Save yourself." Before I could even respond, he hung up. I went to look up the address later that night. No listing, no record, nothing. Hours later, I worsened. I could smell bleach underneath my skin, and something else. Something sodden. Acrid sweet, like fruit going bad in the walls. The blisters now begin to forage my entire body, and a brown ooze leaks from my shaking fingertips. I don't know what this is, and I fear it has claimed me for good. My thoughts keep drifting back to that place, like something inside me has been tethered there. I don't feel like resting anymore. Maybe the only way to accept peace is to return, to let the attic have me. When I look back, I can still smell the candle wax. Brandon's girlfriend, Kate, had this habit of lighting 5 different scents at once. Like the mix of vanilla, pine, and burnt sugar could disguise the fact that her apartment always felt too still. My girlfriend, Leela, teased her for it while the 4 of us sat around the coffee table eating takeout noodles and half watching a movie while playing Uno. It was supposed to be a normal night. I remember thinking how quiet the neighborhood was, the kind of quiet that makes you hear the hum of the refrigerator and the soft static between words. Brandon's place sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, one of those split-level rentals with a narrow porch and a single security light that never stayed on. We just started talking about weekend plans when the knock came. 3 sharp raps. Not hurried, not tentative. Confident. Brandon furrowed, half rising from the couch. Expecting anyone? No, I said before I could stop myself. It wasn't my house, but the sound felt directed at me. The knock came again. Same rhythm, a beat of stillness between each hit. Kate looked at the door, then at Brandon. Probably a delivery mix-up. But Brandon wasn't moving. Neither was I. There was something about the cadence that made my stomach tighten. Relax, Leela said, nudging me. I'll check. Before I could tell her not to, she padded across the living room and flipped on the porch light. It flickered once, then steadied. I caught a glimpse through the window, a shadow on the other side of the frosted glass. Same height as me. Leela opened the door halfway, then she froze. Brandon? She said quietly. You might want to come here. He joined her at the entryway, confusion flickering over his face. Kate leaned over the back of the couch, but I was already standing. I don't know what I expected. Maybe a prank, a neighbor. When I reached the door, the air felt thinner. The man outside looked exactly like me. Same jacket, same haircut, same tired circles under his eyes. Even the way he held his shoulders, slightly turned like he wasn't sure whether to step forward or back. It was mine. He smiled when he saw me. Hey, he said, voice perfectly calm. Why'd you change the locks? For a second, nobody said anything. My mind searched for an answer that made sense. Twin, look-alike, some kind of joke? Brandon muttered. What the hell? The man outside tilted his head. You going to let me in? It's freezing. The breath left my lungs. Who are you? He blinked, surprised by the question. Funny, you tell me. I slammed the door before he could take another step. The sound echoed through the living room. Kate yelped. Leela grabbed my arm. What the hell, Matt? There's somebody out there pretending to be me. Brandon turned the deadbolt. Okay, that's insane. Maybe he just looks like you. No, I said. You saw him. It's not possible. From the porch came 3 more knocks. Slower this time. Leela whispered. What if it's a prank? What's that thing called? Deep fake or something? I shook my head. He had my clothes. He even talked like me. I don't think my parents would be able to tell. The knock stopped. Brandon exhaled shakily. I'm calling the cops. He grabbed his phone and started dialing. Well, he talked to the dispatcher. The rest of us stood there listening. No footsteps, no voice, just that quiet house breathing around us. When he hung up, he said, They're sending a car. We waited. 10 minutes, 15. Leela peeked through the side window once but flinched back immediately. He's still there. I forced myself to look. Through the glass, my own face stared back at me. He was smiling faintly, like he found something funny. Then he raised his hand and knocked again. Softer, steady, patient. Brandon muttered, Jesus Christ. When the police arrived, 2 officers, they found nothing. The porch was empty. The night air looked untouched, like it had been that way all along. One officer asked if I'd been drinking. I told him no. He said they'd patrol the area, told us to lock up, and left. We tried to laugh it off after that, but no one really could. Brandon suggested we all crash there for the night, just in case. Around midnight, Kate went to bed. Leela lay curled against me on the couch, pretending to sleep. Brandon stayed up, staring at the dark TV screen. That's when I heard it again. A single knock from the back door. Brandon looked at me like maybe I'd imagined it. Then we both heard the second one. 3 taps, the same slow rhythm. We crept into the kitchen. The small window above the sink looked out over the backyard. Porch light off, darkness thick as velvet. I whispered, "Don't." Brandon ignored me and flicked the light switch. The bulb hummed to life, yellow and weak, casting a cone of light over the glass door. I was standing outside again. Same jacket, same posture, except now there was something wrong with the way I smiled. It was too wide. We lifted a hand and rested it flat against the glass. The shape of it matched mine perfectly. Brandon hissed. "How is he doing that?" I wanted to answer, but my mouth felt dry. The thing outside leaned closer to the glass, forehead pressing gently until condensation fogged the pane. Then he whispered something. We couldn't hear through the door, but I knew the shape of the words. He mouthed, "Let me in." Brandon yanked the blinds closed. "Nope, we're done. We're calling again." But before he could reach for his phone, the kitchen light flickered and went out. The power didn't so much go out as hesitate. The hum of the fridge died, the clock on the stove blinked off, and the air itself seemed to thicken. I could hear Brandon's breath beside me, shallow and fast. Then came the soft drag of a hand sliding down the other side of the glass door. We backed into the hallway. Leela appeared, rubbing her eyes. "What's happening?" I started to answer, but a shape moved past the curtained window. A shadow, my own, brushed the fabric, the faint outline of a face pressing just close enough for the curtain to twitch. Then it was gone. "Basement," Brandon whispered. "Breaker box." He headed for the stairs. Kate called from the bedroom, voice small, asking if everything was okay. No one answered. I didn't want to go into that dark stairwell, but standing still felt worse. I followed Brandon down, the flashlight on his phone cutting narrow slices of light across the unfinished walls. The switch was already flipped to on. "See?" he said. "Power's fine. Must be..." Something slammed upstairs, hard enough to shake the ceiling dust loose. We bolted up the steps 2 at a time. The kitchen door was open. Cold air poured through the room like water. The curtain flapped against the wall. Kate stood frozen in the hallway, hand over her mouth. "He's inside," she whispered. I saw the trail of wet footprints on the tile before I saw him. Me, standing in the living room doorway. Head tilted slightly, eyes unfocused. He looked like he'd forgotten how to breathe. Brandon grabbed a lamp from the table and held it like a weapon. "Stay back," he said, voice cracking. The thing turned its head toward him, slow as a hinge, and smiled. Not wide this time. Sad. Leela said my name. I don't know which of us she meant. For a heartbeat, everyone was still. Then the thing moved, fast, impossible speed, knocking the lamp aside, sending it clattering. Brandon shouted. Kate screamed. Leela pulled at my arm and we stumbled backward into the hall. I remember flashes, the sound of something heavy falling, glass breaking, Brandon's voice cutting off mid-word, his grunt as he hit the floor. When it was over, the silence was worse than the noise. The power blinked back on. The bulbs buzzed faintly overhead. The air smelled like ozone and sweat. I was standing in the middle of the living room. My hands were shaking. There was something on the floor at my feet, lying still. He looked exactly like me. The police came after Kate called them. I barely remember the sirens, just the questions. Where did the intruder come from? Why did he look like me? What happened to Brandon? I kept saying, I don't know. One of the officers pulled me aside and asked again, slower, like maybe I'd stop lying if he softened his voice. He pointed at the sheet-covered body. You expect me to believe you don't recognize him? I looked at the hand slipping out from under the sheet. Same scar across the knuckle, same little freckle by the wrist. I recognize him. I said, I just don't know which one of us he is. They didn't like that answer. They kept me separated from everyone else for hours. The detective who interviewed me said the neighbors only saw one person through the window, the one who broke the glass. But when they showed me a photo from the scene, something about the angle felt wrong. The face on the floor looked peaceful, almost relieved. Leela wouldn't look at me when they finally let us speak. She just said, "They found you standing over him." "Over who?" I asked. Her voice broke. "Over you." That was 2 days ago. I'm home now, waiting to hear if they're going to charge me with anything. They said the body's fingerprints match mine. Same dental records, same blood type. I've tried to remember every second of that night, but the details keep shifting. Sometimes I remember hitting him. Sometimes he hit me. Sometimes I'm the one who ran. Sometimes I'm the one who stayed. When I look in the mirror, the reflection feels a half-second late again. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Just enough for me to feel it. There's a noise I keep hearing at night, like a soft, even knocking somewhere in the walls. 3 times. Pause. 3 times again. Leela hasn't answered my calls. Kate says she's not sleeping, that she's scared of me now. I don't blame her. I catch myself using words I don't remember choosing, standing in rooms without recalling why I walked in. This morning I found something in my jacket pocket that isn't mine. A house key with a blue tag. The kind Brandon uses. I don't know how it got there. The police said the man they found, the other me, had the same key in his pocket too. I keep thinking about what he said through the glass. Let me in. Maybe that's what he was doing. Maybe one of us let the other in. I don't know which side of the door I'm on anymore. This kind of work isn't exactly glamorous, but it pays well. The company had flown me out to this remote stretch of forest to conduct a preliminary geological and topographic survey for a future radio tower installation. The job was scheduled for 4 days. Just 4 days of gathering soil samples, recording data, and creating an elevation map of the area. They dropped me off near a small cabin, originally built for logging crews decades ago. I was surrounded by trees, snow, and whatever wildlife that hadn't migrated south. The weather reports hinted at a snowstorm moving in by the end of the week, and the last thing I wanted was to get caught in the middle of it. The deep snow would make it impossible to do any work. The forest surrounding the cabin was dense, a towering wall of snow-covered pine trees, the kind of place where the quiet becomes deafening. At least, I used to think I liked that kind of quiet. Day 1, the snow crunched as I drilled into the frozen earth to collect core samples. I collected samples methodically, from different sites that had been marked on a map ahead of time. I spent the few hours of daylight as efficiently as possible, but I couldn't help but notice the silence, a constant distraction tugging at the back of my mind. Night had fallen by the time I returned to the cabin. The trees loomed like dark, twisted creatures, their branches bowing under the weight of the snow. I pulled the door shut behind me and made sure it was locked. The air in the cabin felt thick, almost suffocating. The hum of the fridge, the ticking of the clock on the wall. At least the white noise provided some relief from the silence. I made myself a cup of tea and started sorting the notes and data I had written down throughout the day. Day 2, the headache started the next morning, a throbbing ache behind my eyes that wouldn't go away. Must be the years of stale air in the cabin, I thought. I stumbled over to the window and opened it wide. The cold air hit me in the face, sharp and biting. The headache didn't seem to lessen, but at least the cabin felt less stifling. I left the window open as I made breakfast and got ready for today's work. It wasn't the first time I'd felt this way. Jet lag, lack of sleep, stress. I assumed it was a combination of all of that. By midday, I started feeling worse. I would look down on my map for a few seconds, and when I looked back up, the trees seemed different. I would open my notebook to write down measurements, only to find multiple pages of notes I didn't remember writing. I felt like time was slipping. I sat down on a rock to gather my thoughts, and when I opened my eyes again, the sun had already set. The forest felt alien in the dark. I looked at my map and estimated that I was around 40 minutes away from the cabin. That's when I first saw it. A shadow in the corner of my vision. I froze and glanced up. Just beyond the tree line, something tall and thin shifted between the pines. I squinted, trying to focus, but it darted behind a narrow tree before I could make it out. Something was following me. A shadow, always in the periphery. Every time I turned my head, it would disappear behind a tree. It looked too tall and too thin to be a human. I picked up my speed, but the shadow kept pace, flickering just out of reach all the way back to the cabin. I made the hike back in just 20 minutes. Day 3. The headaches had faded, but a constant dizziness took their place, making my head spin. I tried to push through it, focusing on my work. The first couple of hours went smoothly enough. I took it easy and drank plenty of water. I was writing down notes on some terrain features when I saw it again, the dark silhouette, quickly ducking behind a tree. I paused for a moment, my eyes focusing on the spots where I had just seen it. In the daylight, I felt a bit more confident. I slowly walked toward the tree. My breath came in shallow bursts and my hands became clammy despite the cold. I reached the place where I thought I'd seen it, but there was nothing. I scanned the clearing. No movement, no shadow. The snow seemed undisturbed except for my own footprints. I circled the tree once, then again, searching for any sign that something or someone had been there. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of the entity about 50 meters away, peeking out from behind another tree. I took a step forward, expecting it to vanish like before, but this time it didn't move. I took another cautious step toward it. In an instant, it darted upward, climbing the trunk with a speed that could rival a squirrel. It disappeared into the snow-covered canopy above. I made it back to the cabin before dark this time. I lit a fire in the fireplace, gathered some snow to melt for my evening tea, and grabbed my notebook from my backpack. The firewood burned bright and intensely as it heated up my small sanctuary. I went back to the table. Suddenly, I was outside, in my socks, standing in the snow. I could barely feel my arms and legs. The notebook was still clutched in my hand. The light from the cabin was visible in the distance, and the front door stood wide open. How? I muttered to myself. Had I blacked out, sleepwalked, or had the forest entity done this? I stumbled inside the cabin and sank into a chair in front of the fire. My clothes were soaked, and I sat there, hoping for a sleep that never seemed to come. The rest of the night passed in a blur. The shadows cast by the fire danced across the walls, and with every hour that passed, they seemed to grow more alive. As the fire died down to smoldering coals, the shadows still remained. Day 4, I felt like I was losing my mind. I saw more of them now, behind every tree, in every window, in the corners of the cabin, and in the darkness beneath my bed. I couldn't concentrate on anything, not even the simplest tasks. I no longer cared about the survey. I no longer cared about the radio tower. I just needed to get out. I grabbed my coat and stumbled out of the cabin, too dizzy to think straight. The snow crunched beneath my boots as I trudged through the trees. It was following me, always a few footsteps behind. I could feel it breathing down my neck, a cold breeze. Then came a low hissing sound, quiet at first, but growing louder with every step. My headache was becoming unbearable. Just as I felt my legs begin to give out from exhaustion, I tripped over something, a metal pipe sticking out of the snow. The metal pipe, thick and rusted, protruded from the ground like a withered tree stump. Faint letters were stamped into the metal, nearly obscured by the snow and frost. Warning, gas pipeline. A loud hissing sound clearly emanating from the pipe, an odorless and colorless gas poisoning the air. I staggered back, my body tingling with a mix of horror and nausea. The shadow was right there, no longer hiding. It didn't have to. It stood in front of me, still and silent. Was it really just a figment of my oxygen-starved brain's imagination? I used the last of my energy to get up on all fours and started crawling away. Then I blacked out. I woke up in the helicopter with an oxygen mask strapped to my face. "He's awake," someone said to the pilot. "How are you feeling?" What happened?" was all I managed to say. "Well, we were about to ask you the same," the pilot replied. "We found you lying face down in the snow. You were lucky we got to you when we did. You have a mild hypothermia. We also recovered all your gear. Everything was stacked neatly at the rendezvous point. I'm writing this down, hoping that putting it on paper will help me make sense of what happened out there." Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video helps out so much. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 on this one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. We are less than 100 subscribers away from 136,000. Anyway, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads. Except for the ad break after this intro, there will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Carl was dead. He passed in the night, too weak from the cold and hunger to keep fighting. I couldn't blame him. I was about ready to go myself. Cold permeated every molecule of my being. The memory of what warm felt like had long since vacated my mind. Forming thoughts had become as hard as moving my fingers, purple from the frostbite that ate away at them. The only thoughts I still had now were those of hunger. Staring at Carl's corpse, it looked less and less like my friend, and more like another day on this earth. I lay down on the stone floor, my head cocked towards what was left of Carl. His pale gray skin was flaked with ice crystals, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, purple and bloated. I licked my lips at the thought of biting into it, aching for the feeling of anything in my stomach, anything to fill the void in my abdomen that screamed for food. "Carl?" I rasped, my throat igniting into hellfire at the effort. I waited for an answer, my ears straining against the howl of the wind for a sound. Any proof of life. I closed my eyes against the hunger. "Ted, you still with me, buddy?" My eyes shot open. I stared at the corpse on the ground before me. His eyes were still glazed over, tongue still jutting out from his mouth like a plum ripe for the picking. "Teddy, you did it. You lasted longer than me, old friend." His voice was as it had been when the blizzard hit. He still had the SoCal accent, with that nasally note snow always gave him. When was the last time I heard that voice? It had been a couple of days. Or was it weeks? "Carl?" I croaked again, the strain almost too much to handle. "That's right, Ted. Your good buddy Carl in the flesh." I blinked. His lips weren't moving, but that was Carl's voice. "You won, Teddy. You remember our deal? Winner gets to eat the other person. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, right, dude?" As a matter of fact, I couldn't remember the deal. I couldn't remember much of anything since we crawled into the cave. My stomach had resorted to eating memories. Anything to keep going. I attempted to respond, but my throat failed me, only managing a guttural moan. "That's the spirit. Looks like the Ted stir is still kicking. Look, I don't want you to die too, buddy. No reason for both of us to go, right? Carl had a point. He always was the smart one. He had booked the ski tickets at a steal after all. And why should we both die? God couldn't be that cruel, right? Taking out two friends who went out for a little fun in the snow? No. Now you're cooking, Teddy. Don't let me just go to waste. I wouldn't do that to you. My fingers tensed on their own, twisting into claws against the stone. My arms pulled. The sound of my jacket scraping the stone and ice filled my ears as I inched towards Carl. My sense of touch, long since killed by the cold. That's it, Teddy. You were nearly there. My legs followed behind me limply as I drew nearer, closer to Carl, closer to food. The smell of death began to permeate the air. It was intoxicating, better than any Thanksgiving dinner. Every pull towards his corpse gave me renewed energy. Carl really was a good friend. My fingers hooked into Carl's jacket. With one last heave, I pulled myself on top of him, my face pressed into the icy surface of his cheek. Way to go, Tedster. Hard part's over. Claim your prize. I licked my lips in anticipation, slowly forcing my jaw open, my frozen muscles popping and straining from underuse, lowering my teeth down until they touched the pale flesh of his emaciated jaw muscle. Nice, Teddy. Just a little bite. My jaw closed slowly like a hydraulic press. My teeth pressed into his flesh, meeting resistance as the pressure started to grow. The flesh gave like biting into frozen ice cream. My eyes rolled back into my head from the pleasure of eating. I had taken eating for granted. It was no longer a task that had little meaning. I would treasure eating forever, all thanks to Carl. My jaw slowly closed around the hunk of flesh. I chewed once, twice, then swallowed. A low growl of pleasure escaped my lips as I felt the flesh slide down into my stomach. That a boy, Teddy. Don't stop now. Food's getting cold. I started biting and chewing with new ferocity. It was a blur of motion the cave had not seen since the first day we entered. Primal hunger took over as I devoured Carl, as I ate the last gift he had ever given me. I ate Carl over the next few days, stripping his clothes and layering them on myself. I didn't shiver as much anymore. First was all of the flesh, his face, arms, legs, torso, even his butt. Then the soft organs. His heart was sweeter than anything I had ever eaten. It makes sense. Carl was a nice guy. By the time I had eaten his trachea, I could stand and walk freely around the cave. Looky you go, Teddy, looking just like Schwarzenegger now. Carl's voice echoed through the cave. The last thing to eat was Carl's brain. I held the rock in my hand, the sharp edges digging into my palms. Waste not, want not, Tedster. I wasn't going to waste any of Carl. The rock echoed off his skull with a dull crunch. I brought it down again and again, until I couldn't take it anymore, and began tearing his skull apart with my bare hands. The rock left covered in blood on the cave floor. As I wiped my mouth and sat back, I looked out at the cave's mouth. The snow had stopped. How long ago had it ended? How long was I eating Carl? I walked out into the gray afternoon, the sun already starting to dip towards the horizon. Stumbling, I followed it. I walked all night. Night turned to day, then back to night. I walked knowing if I stopped, I wouldn't get back up. The landscape around me was dead and infinite. All of the trees looked the same, their gnarled branches protruding like bony fingers down towards me. I walked until my legs gave out, face planting in the snow. My eyes got heavy as I lay there, my vision reduced to a pinhole as I drifted off into sleep. When I awoke, the first thing I noticed was the lack of cold. Warmth? A rhythmic beeping filled the air as I willed my eyes to show me where I was. No matter how hard I tried, how many times I blinked, I could only see white. I groaned, earning a shocked gasp off to my right. I spent the next 2 weeks in the hospital. I had been missing 3 months when the park rangers found me. Frostbite had destroyed my fingers, toes, and other patches of skin. My walk through the woods gave me snow blindness, which explained the gauze wrapped over my eyes when I awoke. Worst of all, I had lost almost 80 pounds, but thanks to Carl, I was alive. I was hooked to a feeding tube for those 2 weeks while I recovered. Doctors said I wouldn't be able to process solid food for a while after my stomach had gone so long without it, but I knew that was a lie. When they released me at the end of 2 weeks, I was a new man. The cops asked me questions about what happened. Where had I gone? How did I survive? Where was Carl? I didn't answer, unable to remember anything but the taste of Carl's flesh. That was something I would never forget, and something these people wouldn't understand. Carl had given me a gift, and I wouldn't waste it locked in a jail cell. They let me go, and I boarded a plane to California. The first thing I did when I got home was stop at my favorite burger joint. I sat in my car holding the biggest burger they had on the menu. Real food. I took a big bite and paused. It didn't have any flavor. I swallowed the hunk of meat disappointed. Maybe my taste buds hadn't come back yet. I ate the burger slowly, sitting in silence. As I took the last bite, I threw my car door open and vomited all of it back up onto the pavement. Maybe the doctor was right. I wasn't ready for solid food yet. I returned to my apartment, getting lost a few times along the way, sticking the key in the lock and giving it a turn. I saw her. She was more beautiful than I remembered. Ted! Her hands shot up, covering her mouth as tears flowed over her cheeks. Hey, Jess, I said hoarsely, tears welling up in my eyes. She ran over, wrapping me in a hug tight enough to split a boulder. Her words came flowing out like music to my ears. I had made it home. Thanks, Carl. Life returned to some semblance of normalcy. I was fired from my job. Not that I had a desire to work right now anyway. Jess put me on a liquid diet following the doctor's orders. The shakes and broths had no flavor, and left me hungry no matter how full my stomach felt. That was fine for the first week, but the longer I was home, the more frustrated I had become not being able to eat real food. The only real difference in my life was the dreams. I had 2 recurring dreams that filled my mind at night. The first, my teeth sinking into Carl's flesh, except in the dream he was sitting up, his dead eyes staring into mine while his mouth contorted into a wide smile. His teeth just a little too sharp. His skin pulled a little too tight. That's right, Teddy. Gotta get your strength back, buddy. He would coo as my teeth ripped and pulled skin and muscle off his bones. The second dream was something I couldn't remember seeing. I was walking through the woods completely nude. Snow and wind whipped past me, but I couldn't feel the cold. I could hear Carl's voice through the dead woods beckoning me closer. Here, Tedster. I'm just over here. I was trudging through the snow after him. His voice was different. The accent was gone, replaced by a malice I've never heard any voice utter. The voice never got any closer no matter how far I walked. I would call out for him in the same voice I'd had in the cave, a hoarse croak that echoed off the trees. I awoke with a start one night. How long had I been home again? Time was losing meaning. It's strange how meals help mark the passage of time. I reached over, placing a hand on Jess. Her soft, warm skin was a comfort. My stomach growled loudly as I traced the curvature of her arm. Maybe I could eat real food again. It couldn't hurt, could it? I padded softly to the kitchen, making myself a sandwich. Sitting down at the kitchen table with only the fridge light illuminating me, I took a bite. Nothing. No taste to speak of. Swallowing, I devoured the sandwich, savoring the feeling of food going down my throat. How's the sandwich, Teddy? I froze, looking around the dark kitchen, searching for the source, searching for Carl. I stood up from the table, an intense nausea flooding my whole body. Running to the guest bathroom, I barely had time to raise the toilet seat before a spew of greasy black bile erupted from my mouth. Yeah, I was never much of a turkey guy myself. Carl's voice echoed inside the small room. I heaved until my stomach was empty again. The hunger gnawed at my stomach like a rabid dog. Flushing the toilet, I sat on the floor and cried, my back against the wall as I pulled my knees to my chest. Cheer up, Teddy. At least you got to have it for a little while. I looked around again, alone in the dark. The cold linoleum pressed into my backside. Carl, where are you? I asked quietly. Where do you think, buddy? I couldn't let you just leave me in the cave, you know. I stood up slowly, backing myself into the corner. No, you're dead. I ate you. You let me live. His chuckle filled my ears. My skin went cold, goosebumps covering my arms. Did Carl chuckle? He always had the stupid laugh that could bring out a smile even on the worst days. But a chuckle? Unnerved, I went back to bed. That was the first time Carl talked to me, but not the last. The next few weeks were hell. I was starving, Jess left to go to a conference in LA for work, leaving me all alone, surrounded by food I couldn't eat without throwing up, unless it went through a blender first. The gray sludge in the blender had no taste. It had no substance. No matter how much I drank, I never felt full. I sat crying in the kitchen floor with the fridge door left wide open. The shelves were bare as I had blended every morsel of food and consumed it. Egg, ham, lettuce, cheese, even raw hamburger meat, jammed into the blender and blended to a puree. It didn't even scratch the hunger within me. Whoa, eating for two, buddy? Carl's voice taunted from everywhere. Please make it stop. I sobbed into the empty house. Oh, I can't make it stop, Teddy. You made your choice. You have to live with it. His voice was different, sharper, cruel and cold despite his teasing words. I hardly noticed. The growl of my stomach louder than the concern in my head. I crawled over the floor towards the trash can, knocking it to the floor and spilling its contents. In a frenzy, I began devouring whatever scraps of food that were left in the bag. How the mighty have fallen, Ted. I didn't care what Carl had to say, shoveling scraps of whatever seemed edible into my mouth. It had no taste. The familiar feeling of nausea hit me. I ran to the bathroom. Standing over the sink as a black bile projected out of my mouth. I cried, panting as I fought for breath. Looking up in the mirror, I froze. I watched in horror as a piece of intestine quickly retracted from my open mouth back down my throat. I blinked. My mind must be breaking, the starvation making me see things. I stared into the mirror. My shirt moved just a fraction, like a wrinkle releasing from the fabric. I tore it over my head, staring at my stomach, watching in horror. The intestine snaked its way around my bloated stomach. I couldn't let you leave me in that cave, Teddy. I was frozen. The only thought filling my head was the starvation that racked my body. My eyes fell on my reflection. The eyes in the mirror were not my own, sunken into my skull, ringed with black bags from exhaustion. My hair had thinned, stringy patches where a full head of brown hair had once grown, the intestine coiling around my abdomen. You need to eat, Teddy. You know what you have to eat. The intestine continued to coil. I could feel it sliding around my stomach, stoking the flame of my hunger. I heard the key sliding into the lock of the front door. It's supper time, Ted. The words echoing within my very skull. It was no longer Carl's voice. I heard the door open, Jess calling out that she was home. How long had she been gone? My stomach growled audibly in response. Remember our deal, Teddy. I heard Jess gasp as she entered the kitchen. its disarray startling her. "Ted, are you here?" she called shakily. My fingers tensed on their own, contorting into claws. "Food's getting cold," the voice whispered within my soul. I wish I could say I fought it, that I snapped out of it and got help. I wish I could say I did the right thing, but I didn't. I sit in my kitchen typing out this account. By the time you find this post, and the crushed bones of the woman I love, I will be on a plane back to North Dakota. The hunger is gone for now, but it will be back. I can feel it moving within my stomach now. I won't let it win again. I'm going back to the cave, secluded from anyone else who I could hurt. Back to Carl. Back to where this thing came from. I'm sorry for the mess. On a laminated A4 sheet, there was a logo on the upper corners. Some kind of bird or something similar. But that wasn't what caught my attention the most. What really caught my attention was... God, what a nuisance. There was a hellish amount of text. Are you kidding me? How the hell did they manage to fit so much text into this thing? And here I was thinking Manuel knew how to write small and make use of space when taking surgery notes. Let's see. What does this thing say? In impeccable print, golden and ridiculously large letters headed the document. O Market Family Rules. Omni Market Branch. Night shift. What the hell? Rule number 1. During the night shift, all employees must be inside the facilities before the designated time. 10 p.m. Note: Joel recommends arriving 30 minutes before 10 p.m. What the hell? That is a very curious way of encouraging employees to arrive way earlier than the legal starting time. Rule number... I'm already bored. Yep. I'm definitely not planning to read all that. Could it be that the idiot who hired me gave me this thing as a joke? Because if it was a joke, well, yeah. It was pretty funny. I had to give him that. But if he thought I was going to swallow such an obvious troll and follow all those absurd rules, then the joke was on him. I wasn't going to do it. So I grabbed my bicycle and headed to the supermarket. I ended up arriving 10 minutes before my shift. One of the perks of being obsessed with punctuality, I guess. That means I followed rule number 1. So scary. Jokes aside, I walked through the automatic doors which announced my arrival with a cheerful ding-dong. The store was practically empty. There was only one person. The security guard, a pretty ordinary man. He didn't seem particularly fit, nor was he tall. That was a relief. I wouldn't want to run into someone intimidating. His name tag read, Joel. So this was the famous Joel mentioned in the ridiculous recommendations on the paper. Well, I was glad to know he was just the guard. If I did my job properly, I probably wouldn't have to interact with him much. I don't know why, but I got a bad feeling the moment I saw him. He looked like a jerk. Wait, thinking that about someone I didn't know made me the jerk, didn't it? Whatever. I walked over to him. It's better to know who you'll probably be spending so many hours with several times a week, and to find out whether he was mean or not. Hello, Mr. Joel. How are things going? Normal. By the way, just call me Joel. Right, I almost forgot. They told me your uniform is in the back. The boss's? Yeah, let's say yes. An awkward silence followed. By the way, did you receive this? He pulled out the exact same laminated sheet I had. That thing? Yeah, I thought it was a joke. I folded it and stuffed it in my back pocket. Joel stared at me for a few seconds. Not at all. Read it. Sure. Good. Oh, and one more thing. Yeah? Don't enter or knock on the dairy room door. What? At least not today. Weirdo alert. Okay. Confirmed. The less I talked to this guy, the better. I headed towards the employee area to change. On the way, I couldn't help but notice how empty everything was. I understand it was a medium-sized supermarket, a little far from town, not some huge hypermarket chain or anything like that. But even so, there were only two of us. That made the place feel much bigger than it really was, and also much quieter. It was the kind of silence that makes you think someone is watching you from somewhere. What a creepy feeling. Dang. I hope they're not recording me. I finished changing. A few minutes passed, then a few more, and more. My boredom eventually defeated my discomfort, so I went back to Joel. Quiet night, huh? Pretty much. It's usually like this on the shift. That's a good thing. You should be grateful, like I am. What? The day shift has worse rules. I laughed. Again with that? Do you seriously think those things are real? You don't believe them? He asked, tilting his head and scratching beneath his cap. Of course not. Come on, man. They're just jokes, right? I mean, yeah, I'll admit this all sounds suspiciously similar to those weird internet stories. But that's all they are. Internet stories. Joel remained silent. Could you come with me? Huh? Let's go to aisle 6. Why? Joel seemed to think about it for a few seconds. I can't think of a good reason. Because I'm your boss? He said it like a question. Why the hell did he say it like a question? What a weird guy. Wait, are security guards the bosses of cashiers? I had no idea. But I didn't want to make enemies on my first day. Fine, let's go. Good. We headed to aisle 6. During the walk I confirmed something. Joel was even stranger than I had imagined. It wasn't just because he barely talked. I wasn't exactly sociable either. It was something else. Something difficult to explain. I feel like he's a very apathetic person. Yeah, that was the word. He seemed incapable of caring about anything, as if absolutely everything meant the same to him. Eventually we arrived. Stand here. He positioned me in the middle of the aisle. So, you don't believe in this supermarket's rules, right? Not at all. Come on, don't tell me you do. Obviously not. I'm not an idiot. Oh, here, take this please. He tossed something at me. I caught it on reflex. A teddy bear? Wait, did you call me an idiot? Joel ignored me. He walked over to a shelf and grabbed a package of salt. Joel? He tore it open. Joel? He started pouring the salt onto the floor. He was drawing a circle around me. An uncomfortable knot formed in my stomach. What the hell are you doing? Joel answered without looking at me. Rule number 22. Avoid destroying any stuffed animals, especially the bears in aisle 6, after 10:30. Joel, what the hell? I already know you're an idiot incapable of following instructions. He finished closing the circle. And I also know you're skeptical. His voice remained completely flat, almost bored, while I was trapped in an entirely different world of confusion. But if you value your life even a little, or at least value not dying violently, and if you have a little consideration for me, since I'll be the one cleaning up your guts, you'll stay inside the salt circle. Huh? Then, without giving me any time to process what was happening, Joel pulled out a black knife with a green handle. He shoved it into my free hand and grabbed my wrist. Using my own arm, he drove the blade into the teddy bear's chest. What the hell? Are you crazy? Remember, don't leave the circle. I stepped back. God, I need to request a shift change. I'd quit, but I need the money to pay my student loans. Before I could continue thinking about how much I hated that guy, I heard a crack above my head, a dry sound, slow, like something splitting apart. I looked up. In the spotless white ceiling was a black crack, not black like a shadow, truly black, so black it seemed to devour the light around it. Joel? I think we should report that crack. The crack widened a few more inches. What the hell? The sound changed. It was no longer cracking. It was something wet and viscous. It reminded me of the sound of muscles separating during surgery, but it was coming from the ceiling. How was that possible? A chill ran up my spine from its base to the back of my neck. That didn't look like a crack. It looked like a wound, and it kept opening. More and more and more, until something gave way. The opening tore apart all at once. A cascade of black liquid fell directly onto me. Ugh! The impact made me stumble. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was the smell. It hit me a moment later. I gagged. It was an unbearable stench, a mixture of sewage, rotting meat, and chemicals. It felt like it was burning my nostrils. Drain water? That was my first thought, but it didn't make sense. There weren't pipes like that up there, right? Then I heard the sound. I froze. What was that groaning sound? Huh? The noise came again, louder. Did it come from above? It came from above, very high above. Slowly, very slowly, I looked up and my brain stopped working. I felt the air leave my lungs. God! The crack was no longer a crack. It was a huge hole, and inside it there was an eye. A gigantic eye. An eye? I took a step back on pure reflex. No, 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 no. That wasn't an eye. There had to be an explanation. It had to be an illusion. Some effect from the liquid and from not having eaten dinner before coming to work. Yeah, that was it. I just needed to look closer. The supposed sclera wasn't white. It was violet, and the iris? God, the iris looked like it was made of layers of impossible colors. Green, yellow, blue, red, all changing at the same time. Like a defective screen. That wasn't an eye. It couldn't be. But it blinked. I felt my heart stop. The iris moved. Left, right, up, down, and finally, toward me. Several seconds of silence passed before the pupil pulsed, releasing more liquid, and then contracted. Its color changed to a sickly shade, something similar to vomit. The entire surface of the eye began to distort. The colors spun, merged, warped, as if I were looking at something that didn't belong in this world. And then it screamed. It screamed. The sound was so brutal that I felt physical pain. My ears started ringing. What the hell is that thing? I wanted to run, get out of there, escape, but then I remembered Joel's words. Don't leave the circle. My gaze dropped to the floor and I noticed something impossible. The salt remained intact, completely dry. I was soaked. The floor was covered in that black substance, yet the line of salt remained perfect as though the liquid refused to touch it. I didn't have time to think further. The eye screamed again so loudly I thought my eardrums would burst. Something exploded inside the hole. A wet sound. Another wave of liquid poured down from above. I crouched instinctively. The black liquid never reached the circle. The moment it touched the salt, it simply vanished, evaporating as though it had struck an invisible wall. What? A strange man echoed from the ceiling. I looked up, and the eye was gone. Now it was a hand. A massive black hand attached to an arm that disappeared into the darkness of the hole. That thing seemed to be made of layer upon layer of twisted muscles that bled that black liquid whenever they writhed. The hand remained closed for several seconds. Then it began to open. First the pinky finger, and what was beneath the nail made me want to tear my own eyes out. A tongue. A two-colored tongue covered in eyes, covered with hundreds, thousands of tiny eyes. The tongue slithered toward me, dripping purple liquid, but it stopped. Then the ring finger opened. Instead of a nail, there was a pulsing cavity, like some sort of vulva. The rotten stench that came from it was so intense that my eyes watered. The index and middle fingers unfolded next. Both revealed more eyes. The same impossible eyes. Spinning, watching, blinking, all at once. And then I saw the thumb. No, I don't want to describe it. Let's just say it was something so obscene and disgusting that I ended up vomiting. I collapsed to my knees. The retching doubled me over. Fortunately, not a single drop landed on the salt. The thing let out another moan, and finally opened its palm. The flesh split apart like a blooming flower. The joints cracked and a mouth appeared in the center. A gigantic mouth filled with deformed teeth, and in the middle, deep inside, an eye connected to a black mass like the lures of deep-sea fish. For a few seconds we stared at each other. It at me at it. The entire supermarket fell silent, and then it attacked. The mouth lunged forward, like a starving predator. No! I curled into myself, crouching in my own vomit, wailing to feel the teeth tear through me. But it never happened. I opened my eyes. The monstrosity had stopped, barely millimeters away from the salt line, drooling, shaking, desperate, unable to cross it. So, Joel was telling the truth. That thing was actually protecting me. What's happening? I looked around frantically and found Joel. He was sitting there reading a book. Reading a book. Help, Joel, please. Huh? He looked up. Oh, right. He turned a page. I'd forgotten you were there. I wanted to murder him. Seriously, I wanted to murder him. But before I could say anything, Joel sighed, cleared his throat, and shouted with an intensity completely at odds with his apathetic attitude. Oh my god, is that Beyonce? I froze. What? What the hell had he just said? The creature reacted instantly. The shriek it let out was horrifying. It sounded like a crying girl mixed with a pig being slaughtered. Its skin began to bristle. Bulges spread across its entire body. The muscles twisted beneath the surface. The thousands of eyes became bloodshot. Some started crying. Others simply exploded. The creature shuddered and then fled. Its entire arm melted into a bubbling mass. It retreated into the hole and disappeared, sealing the opening as though nothing had happened. The smell left behind was acidic, like laboratory chemicals. I collapsed to the floor, my knees giving out from fear. What the hell was that? Oh, that? Joel had finally stopped reading his stupid book and walked over to where I was. With a lazy movement of his foot, he erased the salt line and extended a hand toward me. Don't worry. I named the eldest one Amara. It seems that thing used to be a teenage girl who was in love with Beyonce. Turns out she was very shy. So that's a good way to scare her off when you screw up. How do you know that? Well, just 'cause. Just 'cause? That's all you're going to tell me? No. Well, yes. Actually, yes. That's all. His attitude made me forget all the fear I felt. My body kept shaking, but not from fear. From anger. I have an overwhelming urge to punch you. Go ahead. I blinked. What? But if you do, I'll take it as a formal acknowledgement that you understand something important. You're not in a normal place, and I don't want to spend overtime cleaning up your remains. Okay? Silence fell between us. You're a weirdo. Obviously. That empty smile returned. How do you think I've survived in this place with all those weird rules? I'm sure that was pretty obvious. Now I'm wondering, are you sure you're not an idiot? I thought about it for a few seconds. Then I sighed. Fine, I get it. It's all real. It's all dangerous. And this place is hell. I accept all of that. I just want to punch that empty smile off your face. Correct. Can I hit you now? Okie dokie. Joel spread his arms as though he were expecting a hug and closed his eyes. His expression said, "Give me your best shot." Curiously, at that moment, I was more annoyed with him than frightened by the infernal abomination that had almost devoured me because of him. So I threw the best right hook of my life. And I have to admit, it felt pretty good. Perfect. Joel rubbed his cheek. Your shift starts tomorrow, partner. Don't be late. You know, this time it's not just the usual motivational phrase. You really can't be late. Not even one day. For a second, I thought I saw something move between the lights. I swallowed hard. I ran a hand over my face, still covered in that black substance. I think I already regret accepting this job. There are certain aspects to human existence that, while essential to society, seem to beg no curiosity from outsiders. As a result, operating out of sight and out of mind, like many little atlases working in tandem to prop the rest of us up on their shoulders. In most cases, you can chalk up this particular brand of disinterest to an occupation simply being mundane. The logistics of garbage removal or power line maintenance likely doesn't spark much intrigue in the mind of your average Joe. In other cases, though, a profession is ignored by the world at large not because it's boring, but because its mere existence is enough to elicit negative emotions of some kind. No field exemplifies this quality more than the grief industry. Everyone eventually has to engage with a business that deals in grief at some point in their life. But these brushes tend to get compartmentalized alongside the rest of the grieving process in people's heads. Your experience attending or booking a funeral is only clearly present in your mind as it's happening, quickly morphing into a blurry mess of a memory after everything is over and done with, as if you were in some sort of altered state of mind throughout the entire process. This effect has left the funeral industry sitting next to the uninteresting but essential category of enterprises we just spoke about. Which is a shame, because the grief business is anything but uninteresting. As a third-generation funeral home proprietor, I feel qualified to speak on behalf of our industry to tell you some of the odd and noteworthy aspects of our trade. The things I'm about to share with you aren't exactly secrets. If you were to stop me or one of my kind on the street and ask us about the finer details of our craft, we wouldn't hesitate to share them with you. But by virtue of funerals being the tacit taboo that they are, these situations just never seem to occur. And the knowledge and stories never end up leaving our community. Perhaps the power of the internet will allow some of these vignettes to finally escape our little slice of humanity. When I was 12 years old, my dad, who had long been in charge of our family's business, began giving me some small responsibilities at our funeral home. No doubt setting in motion the process that would eventually lead to me taking over his role one day in the distant future. I was tasked with arranging flowers, printing memorial pamphlets and prayer cards, and various odd jobs that the few funeral attendants and assistants employed by the home were normally entrusted with, such as pulling weeds in the garden or cleaning the windows. Well, the funeral home had been in our family for about 60 years at that point, having been purchased by my grandfather in the 1940s. It had been in operation since 1912. Well, the rickety Edwardian building frequently gave me the creeps in my younger years. There's never been any reason to believe that the structure may be haunted in any capacity. No specters have ever been spotted wandering the narrow hallways, nor have any disembodied voices been heard calling out to lone workers burning the midnight oil. No, a potential haunting isn't necessary to make one feel a little unnerved in a place dedicated to housing and mourning the dead. But these heebie-jeebies felt by my younger self would fade over time. You'd be surprised how normal anything can feel if you're around it for enough time. Out of all the little obligations given to me by my father, my favorite one by far had been greeting guests, doing a job that involved not only working with adults, but also directing them in some manner gave me a sense of importance rarely felt by a 12-year-old, even if the extent of my power had simply been to tell guests which hallway they had to walk down. On one of these occasions, when I was entrusted with greeting the guests attending the day's funeral, something unexpected would happen. An event that would go on to have a permanent place in my mind as a light bulb memory. It was an unseasonably hot autumn day at the end of October. I was stationed a few meters away from the front door and guests had been streaming in at the usual pace. The short periods of downtime were split up by large groups and solo guests alike, passing through the threshold and then waiting for me to tell them what they should do next. The guests themselves were dressed in varying levels of formality, as always. Everything from inappropriately flashy tuxedos to crassly casual t-shirts and jeans could be seen clothing the individuals walking into our home. But one thing would be consistent. Everyone would be wearing black. While other cultures don different colors in periods of mourning, the standard in Western culture is black. Even if guests have different ideas of what formal wear is, they are generally pretty consistent when it comes to following this one rule. You will see the odd person strolling in wearing bright blue jeans, but even those individuals usually accompany it with a black shirt. On that particular day though, somebody walked in wearing an outfit I had never seen before in a funeral setting. It was a lanky blonde man donning a fancy, well-tailored suit, every piece of it colored offensively bright red. I remember back then thinking it resembled how a stop sign might look at night, when a car's headlights reflected off of it, almost luminescent, drawing your eyes as if it were a grand neon light, and you were some lowly insect. He walked up to me and began to speak with an odd cadence, as if English were not his first language, but at the same time, not making any perceptible mispronunciations or grammatical errors. He simply asked, "Where's the body?" I hesitated for a second, and then told him where to go. I wouldn't say I felt that unnerved. No more than usual, at least. We were used to getting all types walking through our doors. He began to slowly saunter the hallway leading to the viewing room, right as my father entered the front door. He began to talk about some minor gardening problem that required my attention, but abruptly stopped as his gaze shifted down the hallway towards the man in the red suit. The color seemed to immediately drain from his face, and his mouth hung wide open like an idiot. A knot began twisting in my stomach. It's disconcerting to see a parent bulk in obvious fear. After a brief moment of stillness, he uttered, "Oh God," under his breath, and took off down the hallway that leads into the staff-only part of the building. A few seconds later, he emerged from the viewing room, cutting the man in the red suit off. He was carrying a cup filled with a clear liquid, which he promptly threw in the man's face. The man instantly dropped to his knees and began groping his face in obvious pain, but he didn't emit any sound at all. My dad then shouted, "Code White," and soon, funeral attendants were rushing out of various doors into the narrow hallway. At this point, the man in the suit had risen back to his feet and was attempting to walk forward, but my dad bent down and leaned his shoulder into the man's chest, like a defensive football player. Some of the attendants came up behind the man to restrain him from the back, but my dad shouted for them to come around the front to help him push. Soon, there were 4 grown men hunched over, pushing this one person as if they were trying to get a car out of the mud. The man in the suit seemed to not pay any mind to the crowd of shoulders that were pressing into his abdomen. He was laser-focused on the viewing room and kept trying to move forward, despite being pushed back at an increasingly swift pace. Soon enough, the kerfuffle was nearing the front door. My dad yelled out, instructing me to open the door and then close it and lock it behind them once they got outside. I got up, my legs shaking from the adrenaline, and held the door open as if the attendants were merely carrying a coffin or some other heavy thing outside. As they neared the threshold, the man in the suit grew more frantic, breathing heavily and moving erratically. Soon they were fully out of the building, as I did as I was told and locked the door. A few seconds later I heard the lock jiggling, followed by my dad and the attendants walking in. The man in the suit, nowhere to be found. Everybody began walking off in different directions. Whatever had just transpired was seemingly over. I ran up and grabbed my dad to ask him what the hell had just happened, but he responded dismissively, telling me, "We'll talk about it when you're older." The day then progressed as if the man in the suit had never showed up. The commotion was upsetting enough, but that wasn't what forever cemented this event in my head. No, that would be the reactions from the other guests. You see, the viewing was in progress the entire time this was happening. Multiple guests were loitering in the front entrance area and walking up and down the hallways, yet not a single one showed any visible reaction to the madness unfolding before them. They didn't fully ignore it. I spotted at least a couple of them looking at the struggle, but they glanced at it in the same manner. One might point their eyes towards a clock on the wall, as if what they were seeing wasn't the tiniest bit out of place. Many years later, as I grew older and my responsibilities in our family business increased, my father would explain what had occurred that day. This was apparently a semi-common occurrence, not just at our funeral home either. Well, there was no documented history or information about these unwanted visitors, as they're commonly called. An oral history can be uncovered if you speak to the right people at FSAC, or other such funeral service trade shows. These unwanted visitors typically stroll in wearing some sort of inappropriate color. In the West, they usually appear in either bright red or white, but my father told me he once spoke to a Chinese funeral director who encountered a visitor wearing pitch black attire in his home country, where white is the traditional color for funeral wear. Once inside, their only goal appears to be finding the recently departed lying in their casket. They've been known to string together simple sentences to aid in their search, but nothing more. If one tries to lead a conversation with one of these visitors, they'll simply respond with blank stares. Sometimes, though, no communication is needed, and they can find their way to the viewing area on their own. Usually, someone intervenes before they manage to find the deceased. But if no one does, they'll stop just before the casket and turn their head downward to observe it, much like any other mourner. After a moment, they'll start to sniffle, which soon turns into a whimper, followed by a cry, a sob, and finally, an ear-piercing wail. Neither my father nor I have ever encountered anyone who's experienced this firsthand, but the second-hand accounts we've heard say this wail very much resembles the desperate cry of an agitated newborn. That's where our knowledge stops, supposedly, and again keep in mind that this is all unverified second-hand info. Everyone who's experienced a visitor wailing seems to experience a momentary lapse in memory. When their awareness returns, the visitor is no longer there. According to these admittedly unreliable sources, in every reported case of a visitor wailing, a member of the funeral party present will end up dying in their sleep the following night. The medical causes for these deaths are supposedly inconsistent, the only commonality between them being that they all occurred when the victim was experiencing a period of deep REM sleep. It's more than likely this is merely a dash of urban legend sprinkled on top of a very real phenomena. But I'm not going to be the first death care professional to play Mythbuster with a potentially dangerous situation like this. I've experienced a grand total of 2 unwanted visitors in my life, one when I was 12 and a second when I was 27. I hadn't yet taken over the business at that point, but I'd long been fully shaped for the role by my father, and I was able to take his place when dealing with the intruder the second time around. After we got him outside, and a very startled administrative assistant had locked the door behind us, the visitor stopped resisting and just walked off around the corner of the building. I ran after him, but upon turning the corner myself, I couldn't find any trace of him. I walked back inside, determined this time to speak to some guests and hopefully understand why they once again didn't react at all during that brief period of pandemonium. Every single one I spoke to said the same thing in different words. Give him a break. He's grieving. I'm not entirely sure what mechanism could make rational, run-of-the-mill people so dismissively unaware of something so aggressively unusual, playing out in front of their eyes. But when you've been in this business as long as I have, you come to learn that groups of people grieving together can act highly unusual themselves. I've heard it described in many ways, but personally, I like to think of funerals as having a sort of miasma hanging over them, an unseen cloud being breathed in by each and every funeral goer, making them all act in ways they otherwise wouldn't. Take an Irish wake, for example. In our corner of Canada, we tend to host these fairly frequently, and they all follow the same pattern. The family and friends of the deceased will arrive slowly over the first couple of hours, during which the activity of the group seems to be intense sobbing by every attendee, only being intensified as each member of the party pays their respects to the deceased. Imagine everyone you've ever known all together in a room crying uncontrollably at the same time. Slowly, though, as people who haven't seen each other in years stop wailing long enough to start conversating with one another, and as copious amounts of alcohol get passed around, the sobs slowly morph into laughs, and suddenly the whole event turns into a howling drunken party, all with a corpse lying in the middle of it. It's said that the Irish method is one of the healthiest ways of grieving, and perhaps that's true, because the oddities I've observed in conventional North American funeral viewings are far more bizarre. It's a somewhat common occurrence in the funeral viewings we host for a guest to freeze. It always starts with a person's movements gradually slowing, almost like a video clip that's been stretched out. Their eyes will start gyrating in an unnatural, erratic manner, not keeping pace with the body's declining tempo. This will go on until the affected individual becomes fully stuck in place. Their eyes stop gyrating, with the pupils rolling back and only the whites showing. A sufferer may be stationary at this point, but they may not be still. I've had employees tell me stories of freezing incidents in which an affected guest appears to be finely vibrating at a high intensity, almost like a mechanical toothbrush or a massage gun. While this might seem like some sort of extreme medical emergency, it happens to the complete indifference of the other funeral goers. And indeed, this whole situation can be resolved by an attendant simply walking up and shaking the affected person by the shoulders, as if they were waking them up. A situation that's much more difficult to deal with, however, is something we call a Wernicke's eulogy. It's not terribly uncommon for the person reading out a eulogy to occasionally stumble or falter. Not everyone is accustomed to public speaking after all, but very rarely. These mistakes will become more frequent, increasing until the speaker is confidently reciting complete and utter nonsense. This will be received by the rest of the guests as if it were a perfectly normal eulogy, and I've seen some guests start to join in with the speaker, muttering the same absurdities under their breath, much like a partitioner following along in a prayer. It's a relatively harmless thing, but it's notoriously difficult to deal with. An individual reading out a Wernicke's eulogy will not stop. They'll just keep going and going to an audience that doesn't seem to notice the time passing. If you attempt to stop them, the other guests will get upset, acting as if you needlessly put an end to a normal, heartfelt eulogy for their loved one. Because of this, funeral homes have to get creative when dealing with this problem. The most common practice is to set off the fire alarm. The loud, shrieking sirens, combined with everyone being rushed outside, is generally enough of a shock to the senses to break whatever mass trance was holding the guests. I've heard long-winded rants from those in my industry who have an affinity for mysticism about how these sorts of phenomena are supposedly due to the veil that holds our reality together, being at its thinnest in places and situations where life and death meet, and that these oddities are merely natural human reactions to a heightened metaphysical environment. Personally, I'm a little more skeptical. I think the explanation is much simpler. Grief is a very complicated and poorly understood process. I believe it hijacks the mind in a more extreme way than is commonly thought. I'm not sure anybody can completely grasp the concept of a person ceasing to exist. Every society on Earth is built around some religious framework that goes to great lengths to explain how death isn't actually an end, but rather just a change of some sort. Put a bunch of people in a room together who are all being faced with this impossible reality, and of course they're going to behave strangely. If you're reading this and rolling your eyes, assuming I'm making it all up because you yourself have attended a funeral and saw nothing amiss, that's undoubtedly because you were under the same spell as your fellow guests. To really see those oddities in action, you have to be an independent observer, watching a funeral progress from the outside, but this is an exceedingly rare position to be in. Grief is such a powerful thing that we're exceedingly wary of it, even when it's being experienced by others. It's sadly common for individuals to lose friends because grief made them into a sort of leper. That's how powerfully repulsed we are by it, at least in normal situations. What I'm about to tell you is a bit of a taboo in our profession. It's something that's known to most but acknowledged by none. I believe it's a perfectly natural phenomena, but one that's incredibly difficult to come to terms with. Perhaps as difficult as grief itself. As long as people have been dying, so too have they been practicing funeral rites. Even before they were fully human, 240,000 years ago, the Homo naledi, our distant ancestors, would bury their dead deep within the twisting passageways of the Rising Star cave system in modern-day South Africa. They would explore the darkest reaches of these caverns until they found an optimal human-sized slot in the wall that could serve as the permanent resting place for their deceased loved ones, above which they would etch various ritualistic symbols. They had to creatively place fires and use makeshift torches to make their way to these extremely hard-to-reach burial spots, an early indication of how much distance we prefer to have between us and grief. Many epochs later, ancient Egypt would present humanity with its first iteration of a funeral home. Just like today, they served to accommodate the complex and strange rituals people wanted acted out before they buried their loved one and moved on with their life. Just like Homo naledi, the ancient Egyptians kept these morbid activities of death relegated to the underground, with all known ancient Egyptian funeral workshops being found deep beneath the earth. While history's first morticians were toiling away in dark subterranean chambers to chart the way for the rest of us, the earliest known example of a disturbing unnamed human phenomena would be recorded. 1,323 years before the Common Era, Egypt's most famous pharaoh, Tutankhamun, would die at the age of 18. His reign was brief and uneventful. By all measures, he was a fairly insignificant leader of the new kingdom. His modern fame isn't a result of anything that happened during his short life, but rather what happened after his death. While most tombs of pharaohs were raided by grave robbers and subsequently left dilapidated and incomplete, Tutankhamun's tomb was pristine and untouched by a time when British archaeologists first came across it 100 years ago. Much of what we know about the funerary traditions of ancient Egypt is because of discoveries made in Tutankhamun's tomb. We know that his coffin was brought across the Nile while weeping commoners watched. We know that oxen pulled his furniture while his sarcophagus was carried into the Valley of the Kings by 12 men, adorned in fine white robes. We also know something else. The sobbing onlookers watching the procession across the Nile is a common... The sobbing onlookers Watching the procession cross the Nile is a common point of history, but what isn't discussed nearly as much is what happened after. The mourners were likely arranged as part of the funeral, but once the coffin had fully crossed the river, many of the onlookers jumped into the wide body of water and tried to swim across. Many drowned, but some successfully made it to the other side, where they kept following the procession all the way to the mouth of the underground necropolis. As the cortege made its way into the passageway, the frantic convoy of peasants tried to follow them into it, having to be physically held off by guards. You could explain this situation by assuming these people simply held a deep affection for their deceased leader, but there's reason to believe this isn't the case. Throughout history, and into the modern day, you can find examples of regular people being insatiably attracted to funerals, watching them in the same way a cat might stare at a flock of birds from a windowsill. It tends to come and go in waves, almost like a fashion trend. You won't see it happen for years, and then suddenly, it'll be happening every day. This phenomena has no name. It's something never discussed by my kind, but anyone who's been in this business for more than a few years has likely seen it rear its head. For most of my life, I had never even heard of it, but that would change in 2020. Suddenly, the numbers of guests would start increasing dramatically at every funeral we put on. At first, I thought it was because we were in the middle of COVID, and people just wanted a reason to get out of the house. But then I started noticing onlookers standing outside the graveyard, watching bodies being lowered into the ground. Some of them had binoculars. Others were filming with their smartphones. Eventually, visitors began filming entire funerals with their phones. They'd walk up to the coffin to take selfies with the deceased, something I had never seen happen before. At one point, we instituted a no-camera policy, but visitors would keep taking pictures and videos anyway, just more sneakily. Some funerals would have lines out the door, often to the great surprise of the family who had organized it. Most of these guests wouldn't have a good answer when you asked them how they knew the deceased, and they'd have even worse answers when you asked them why they were there. By the end of 2020, our business began to function more like an art gallery than a funeral home. We had no idea how to stop it. The mourners would always be greatly outnumbered by the spectators, who were inexplicably and ferociously drawn to the whole process. I began to feel like we were acting out artists on the river Ganges for amused Western tourists. In one particularly dark moment, I even considered soliciting donations from them. Instead, we began screening guests before they arrived. It was easy to discern legitimate visitors from the funeral enthusiasts, who were promptly turned away. We had to hire 2 security guards, who would also accompany funeral processions to the cemetery to fend off these onlookers, as if they were paparazzi. It seemed to have solved the existing problems, but new ones would pop up. Break-ins became a frequent occurrence, made all the more disturbing when nothing was ever found missing. We ended up putting up bars on all the windows and replacing our doors with reinforced security doors. Perhaps the thing that unnerved me the most, however, was what I found online one day while checking our company's social media page. We got a request to be tagged in someone's post. It contained a grainy, low-quality photo of a coffin being lowered into the ground. It took a second to register, but I recognized the funeral party. It was one we accommodated. I clicked on their profile and was greeted with an endless gallery of photos and videos of funerals and funeral homes. I was shocked. I had assumed this was only happening to us, but this person seemed to frequent many other such establishments. This appeared to me like the profile of a disturbed individual, the sort that usually posts to a non-existent audience, but that wasn't the case here. Every photo I clicked on had hundreds, or even thousands of likes, with many comments discussing the finer points of whatever funeral-related thing was depicted in the photo or video. I tried clicking on the profiles of some of these commenters, and each led me to a similar page that also contained countless posts about funerals and funeral homes. Some of them were filming funeral vlogs, little 30-second vertical videos depicting the account holder visiting several funerals in one day. Others were showing off their collections of memorial pamphlets and other such funeral memorabilia. I spent a good few hours going down this rabbit hole. I found several voyeur snapshots of our own funeral homes among the endless photos and videos. There was something primally revolting about the whole thing, like it was breaking some unspoken code of human behavior, almost alien-like. I decided to attend OACFP that year, a small trade show aimed towards death care professionals hosted in my native Ottawa. I wanted to see how others had been dealing with this bizarre new interest in funerals the general public seemed to be fostering. To my disappointment, though, nobody seemed to want to talk about it. Every person I asked either changed the subject immediately or stopped talking to me altogether. The convention was hosted at the Brook Street Hotel, which has a large jazz bar just a few meters away from the convention hall doors. I decided to visit it late that night to see if I could buddy up to a convention attendee while they were a few drinks deep, and then bring up the subject while their guard was down. Luckily, I came across a group of 4 people, all draped in lanyards, who had obviously come from across the hall. I sat with them, and we began talking. They told me they hadn't known each other previously. All of them were funeral home proprietors who had met at the convention earlier that day. When the conversation hit a natural silent point, I felt it was a good time to bring up the subject of funeral enthusiasts. The silence then continued. Eventually, though, one of them began to speak. He was an older gentleman who ran a funeral home in Kingston. Unfortunately, much of what he said was information that I had already gathered by being in the middle of this phenomenon myself. There was, however, one thing he mentioned that I did not know. There's a pattern that can be found as to when this trend of funeral enthusiasts seems to pop up. Every single recorded instance appears to occur during periods of mass death. War, plagues, natural disasters. Every time people started uncontrollably flocking to funerals, it either preceded or happened during a time of great tragedy in humanity. When I returned home that night, I consulted my research to see if there was any substance to this theory. Sure enough, Tutankhamun died just 1 year before the onset of the Hittite plague, which would ravage Egypt and the rest of the ancient world. A medieval case in France I found, which had originally been labeled as an example of mass hysteria, occurred the same year the Black Death reached Europe. I then opened the CBC app on my phone and saw a headline that said the COVID death toll had reached 2 million. After reading all of this back, I'm not even sure why I'm sharing this with you. Maybe I'm just in need of somebody who's willing to listen to all this morbid talk of death and grief that seems to make its way into every facet of my life. Like people who are grieving, those of us who work in the death care industry tend to be isolated from the social fabric that weaves the rest of you together. The business of grief can be lucrative, but it's monetizing the worst period of your life. Telling someone you run a funeral home gives them the same feeling as telling them you're a divorce attorney or a payday loan officer, even if I'm adamant that we truly are helping people. The funeral enthusiasts began to peter out in 2023 as COVID died down. I was glad to see it stop and for things to go back to normal, but a tiny sliver of me deep down felt a little sad to see the only legitimate fans of what we do go away. Maybe I'm just chasing after a taste of that attention again, as depraved as that might sound. In any event, if you are still reading this, then you were at least interested enough to make it all the way to the end of my gloomy little rants. And if that's the case, then there's at least one person out there who cared enough to listen, and for that I'm truly grateful. Thank you. Someone brought a camera into work recently. He was likely a homeless man who found it lying around and figured he could get a pretty penny for it. For being 10 years old, it was in decent shape. So, we agreed I'd pay $30 for it. While taking it apart, I realized the SD card had never been removed. It didn't seem out of the ordinary, but it was enough to spark my curiosity. You see, I'd like to believe that I'm the type of guy to keep my head down and stay out of people's personal lives. But business has been slow recently. I have to keep my mind occupied somehow, don't I? One night, I plugged it into my laptop and was quite taken aback by what I had found. Hundreds, if not thousands, of videos were on this thing. Not just any videos. They were vlogs, like a diary someone had kept up to date for the past 6 years. I clicked on the first clip, like anyone would, and quickly found out that this camera belonged to a young woman. She didn't look any older than 19. She had blonde curly hair, bright green eyes, and a smile that radiated innocence and kindness. She had a factor that made her addictive through the screen. It wasn't just her face or her voice. There was something else that made it nearly impossible for me to look away. For the next 3 weeks, I would watch her recordings daily. It was like a TV show that kept you wanting more at the end of every episode. Every evening, I'd close the shop, crack open a beer, and watch for hours while she talked about her life in medical school, this guy she found cute, and her hobbies as a painter. I felt guilty, though. I wouldn't get home until almost 11 o'clock. By that time, my wife had already gone to bed. One night, she prepared a nice meal with candles and everything, but by the time I was home, everything was cold and the candles had burnt out. It was our 10-year anniversary. Oh well. As I kept watching, things became odd. What started off as innocent vlogs turned into footage of yelling and screaming. It was like she was arguing with somebody, except nobody was in the room with her. In one video, she just sat in her dorm filming herself crying for over an hour, followed by footage of her laughing like nothing had happened. Her smile seemed a bit different, maybe a bit wider than usual. I couldn't put my finger on it. I no longer felt the warmth and innocence I felt before. It almost seemed forced or performed. But performed for who? It was just her, alone in her room. But what if it wasn't? What if she wasn't alone? I felt bad. I felt invasive. I felt possessive. But I couldn't stop. The videos gradually kept getting darker and more strange. In some of the footage, she would walk around her dorm covering the mirrors with white towels. She would also film herself painting. It was the same portrait of the same person in every video, but with minor tweaks. There were times I questioned if any of this was even real. There were times it got disturbing. In one piece of footage, she grabbed her curls and stretched them behind her head as far as she could before pinning the skin in place with tacks. My stomach turned as she forcefully inserted the sharp needles into her head, her hands shaking aggressively. I questioned whether I should contact the police or whether this was all just some sick prank. I kept watching anyway. At this point, there were now dozens of portraits scattered throughout her room. I watched while she crawled around, looking through them frantically, like she was searching for an image that didn't exist. She started yelling. I tried to make out what she was saying until... that was it. The video had ended. I tried to click to the next piece of footage, but that was the last one. I pulled out the card and reinserted it, hoping it would give me more. Desperately, I went back to the first video. My chest tightened so hard I forgot how to breathe. Over time, she changed. Not in a gradual way. Not in a natural way. Even early on, there were faint markings on her face. Measurements for something. Her teeth became straighter. Too straight. Sharper. Her cheeks sunk into her skull, folding over one another while she forced a smile. I wanted more. This couldn't be the end. I began searching online profiles that matched her image. I would sit for hours looking through student directories. social media profiles, and missing persons cases. The blue light of my laptop began burning my eyes, but I kept going. I searched for names, numbers, dates, schools, everything. I found nothing. It started consuming me. I stopped eating. I forgot about my family. I forgot about my store. I had to find this girl. I noticed my appearance in the reflection of the shop window. I was paler. My cheeks were sharper, sinking into my face like hers had. I could even see blue veins peeking through my forehead. My eyes seemed deeper into my skull. My body was gray, a familiar gray. It doesn't matter. It was all probably just in my head. I needed to focus on finding her. I was sitting in my room. I stood the old camera on my desk. The blonde wig sat awkwardly on my head. Not perfect, but close enough. My name is... I paused for a moment. What was my name again? I heard a faint call from upstairs. It was my wife. I ignored her. Anyway, I said to the camera. The red recording light blinked almost like it was in sync with my heartbeat. Today was my first day of medical school. My reflection in the bathroom mirror stole my wife 3 days ago. I know how that sounds. If someone else posted those words, I'd assume they were insane. But before you decide if I'm crazy or not, let me tell you what happened. I'd been standing in the bathroom admiring the progress in my weight loss journey. 30 pounds gone. My torso looked tighter, my shoulders broader. Everything was looking good. Maybe not my face. I had a strange look. I remember thinking it was judgmental. Not what I thought my normal face looked like. It was more like I was looking down at someone. Anyway, just then my wife came into the bathroom behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist. She told me I looked good. She started kissing my neck and running her hands slowly up my thigh. She started guiding me toward the bedroom. Before I followed her, I turned back to turn off the bathroom light and glanced back at the mirror. My reflection was screaming. Its mouth stretched wide, eyes bulged and angry, fist pounding against the glass. There was no sound, just the reflection trying to rip through the mirror. I closed my eyes and shook my head real fast, trying to rattle something loose in my brain. I opened my eyes again. The reflection was normal. I laughed it off. Blood wasn't exactly flowing to my brain at the moment. I turned off the light and closed the bathroom door. The next morning, I nearly died trying to shave. I still shaved the old-fashioned way, scalding hot water in the sink, a brush with cream and a straight razor. When I finished, I leaned down to rinse my face. Suddenly, my head slammed into the sink. Scalding water flooded my eyes. I tried to pull back, but something forced me down. The underside of the faucet smashed into the back of my head. The air escaped my lungs in an underwater scream. Panic exploded through me. I crawled blindly through the water until I found the drain stopper and yanked it free. The water finally began to drain. I staggered backward, gasping for air. My face felt like it was on fire. The mirror above the sink was fogged from steam, but through the haze, I could have sworn my reflection was smirking, like it knew exactly what had happened. I splashed cold water from the faucet on my burning face and eyes and looked up at the mirror again. The expression on my reflection was gone. It was just me. It had been my imagination. Or that's what I kept telling myself anyway. Later that afternoon, I decided to prove it. I locked myself in the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. The reflection looked immediately angry. It wasn't me, though. It was the thing in the mirror. Its face wasn't burned like mine, which was red and blistered. Then it raised its hand and gave me the middle finger. I froze. The reflection started shouting and gesturing like it wanted to fight. Still no sound, just a pissed-off version of me. So in typical angry me fashion, I returned the gesture, flipping it off. That was not a good idea. its face filled with rage. It began slamming its fists against the inside of the mirror. Crack. A spiderweb of fractures exploded across the glass. At the same instant, pain shot through my hand. I looked down. My hand was balled into a tight fist. Blood dripped from my knuckles. When I looked back up, there was a bloody smear across the mirror. The thing behind the glass held up its hands. They were clean. No blood. I don't remember deciding to remove the mirror. I just remember running to the garage for tools. When I returned, the reflection looked afraid. It pressed its face against the glass, desperately watching me unscrew the mounting bolts. It hammered against the inside harder and harder, creating new cracks. I finally removed the last bolt. The mirror came free. The reflection screamed silently as I carried it outside. I threw it into the dumpster. The glass, and the reflection with it, shattered. For a few days, we went without a mirror. My wife hated it. Eventually, she convinced me to install a new one, which I finally did a couple of days ago. I never told her why I'd gotten rid of the first mirror. Who would believe me? Hell, I barely believe myself. This morning, after my workout, I found myself standing in front of the new mirror, admiring my progress. The exact same thing I had been doing when this all started. This time, however, my face carried a bit of disappointment from all that had happened. Not to mention the pain from the burns. My wife walked into the bathroom. I saw her reflection before I felt her touch. Her hand slid around my waist. Her lips brushed my neck. I smiled. Then something felt wrong. I turned around. The bathroom was empty. My wife wasn't there. My stomach dropped. I looked back at the mirror. Inside it, my wife was still kissing me. My reflection turned and smiled. The two of them began walking toward the bedroom. I started screaming, banging on the glass, yelling at them to stop. My reflection reached back toward the bathroom door, toward the side of the mirror I was standing on. It switched off the light and closed the door behind it, leaving me standing alone in the dark. An odd man gave me a strange gift. It is a box that I can't open. I was walking to the subway station. It was raining, which hadn't been foretold on the Weather Channel, so I plastered a stolen newspaper over my head. I looked down towards the wet pavement and away from the onslaught so that my glasses would stay dry. This didn't work. The water was sliding down my forehead and dripping off of my cheeks. There was a jingling sound. Rattle, rattle. Several coins bounced around a paper cup. I didn't look up. I just patted my pants pocket as if to say, nothing here, and kept moving. "You've got $8.75, the man shouted. His voice boomed above the sound of the downpour. Yes, I had exactly that. That's twice the subway fare, I thought. 4 loonies and a quarter multiplied by 2 trips. It was a smart trick. I wondered, though, how he knew I was carrying an extra quarter. I'd brought it for the shopping cart at the supermarket, where I'd stop after work. "You have something for me," he cooed. His gimmick had stopped me, and now, well, I was stood still. He stepped in front of me. His grin showed his horse's teeth, yellowed and jutting outward. He had a nose like an eagle's beak, curved, sloped into a drooping point. His ears stuck out and sagged like a crow's, and his long neck arched like a swan's. He had flaming orange hair that, where it had become damp from the rain, faded into a murky copper color. He was a very ugly man. "I'm sorry. I need it," I said. I peered at him from above the frames of my glasses. My eyes were cautious. I tried not to portray my frustration. The newspaper flapped angrily as the wind picked up speed. I moved to continue my path. Splash. The sole of my rubber boot slapping against a cloudy puddle. "I've got something for you." I paused again. His smile was wider, toothier, and the golden caps that decorated his molars peeked around the corners of his upturned mouth. He spun and stooped down to his sleeping place. His bed was a rain-soaked and sun-bleached blanket. On it there was a scattering of items. Sodden strips of cardboard, a dirty yellow bucket full up with water, an assortment of pens, pencils, and markers. A folded gray jumper served as a pillow. There was one more thing. A large box made of wood. He scooped it up and thrust the heavy trunk into my chest and, wanting not for it to crash down onto my flimsy shoes, should he let go, I gripped it firmly with both hands. I watched as the newspaper was ripped away by the tempest, thrashing about in the air, flashing the words Toronto Star at me before disappearing behind the fog. Don't look inside. Keep the lid shut. I don't want this. I can't take it on the train. I stammered, and I looked up towards him, but he wasn't there. My head swiveled left and right. I couldn't spot him, but I could feel that the ugly man's gaze was on me. His figure obscured by the sheet of falling water. My glasses were of no use, streaked with rain. Crack. A thunderclap sounded, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the street, so I broke out in a run for the metro without another word. I was at the turnstile. I tried to fetch the fare that was tucked in my pocket. I couldn't reach it, I realized, because my hands were full with the box. A curt "hello" attracted the attention of the ticket inspector, and I passed the chest to him as I slotted the change into the machine. Clink, clink. The gate opened. For a moment, a few seconds at least, I thought I might leave the box with the attendant. The wet trunk had begun to soak his crisp white shirt sleeves. He gazed at it intently, his face revealing a mixture of confusion and interest. He was inspecting it in more depth than I had, and I became curious of it myself, so I snatched it back from him. I stepped onto the platform and didn't meet his eye as he watched me depart. While I sat on the train, I tried not to stare at the obtuse, cumbersome thing. I thought that, the less attention it received from me, the less it would receive from other nosy commuters. I glanced around at the weary expressions worn by the train car's passengers, explained by a quick check of my digital watch. 7:34 a.m. Some of their tired eyes twitched towards my box. My head had begun to ache. I was clenching my jaw. I watched the dreary cityscape slide by as the train surfaced. The wet window concealed the finer details, but I was familiar with the view. This was my usual route, of course. Slick concrete littered with colorful graffiti filled the foreground. Mirrored high-rises spiraled towards plump, rain-filled clouds and echoed the harsh gray of the overcast sky. Lake Ontario could be glimpsed where a crumbling brick wall had been hastily replaced by a chain-link fence. Without the sun to illuminate its rippling waters, the Great Lake resembled a slab of smooth stone. The window was consumed by darkness as the subway dipped back beneath the street. Reflected in the black glass was me, my box, and the man who had silently taken his place next to me. "I'll take that from you," he said to me. His voice was a low grumble. He was a large man. His hulking figure occupied 1.5 seats, and though one sat vacant to his right, his bulk encroached upon my space. He dwarfed me in height. Where I was a measly 5 feet and 4 inches, his sturdy frame surely exceeded 6 feet. I tore my eyes from his reflection and did not look at him. I shook my head. No. "Please?" He stretched a thick, meaty hand towards the box, caressing the damp wood. I slapped it away. "Mine." As he recoiled, I rose from the bench. The metal doors creaked open shortly after I stood. I scurried off the train, several stops before my own, to thwart the would-be thief. I walked the rest of the way to work, 1/2 of a mile pelted by the steady downpour. My rubber boots squelched on the elevator's carpeted floor. Drip, drip. Water slid off of my drenched suit jacket and trickled onto the rug. I pressed 9 with my elbow. I had a meeting, some hubbub about an upcoming project, but I wanted to visit my office first. Numbers flashed on a red 7-segment display as the elevator rose slowly. 1, 2, 3, and then the elevator stopped. The door slid open. There was a scoff. "Gee, look at you," Deuce said. He lifted his arm to his face, covering his mouth, and disguised his mocking laughter as a cough. I couldn't stand Deuce. I did not offer any pleasantries in response. He gripped his suitcase firmly and entered the elevator without another word, though I could see the edge of his lips tightening into a smirk. His boss, Helen, stood behind him. Her gaze was fixated on him, a scowl forming on her face. She nodded to me in greeting. I nodded back. The elevator began up, 6 floors until mine. But just 2 floors had passed when I began to feel uneasy. Deuce and Helen's eyes were on me. I could feel it. On my box. I squeezed the chest so tightly that a wooden splinter lodged in my pointer finger. It burned red. Painful. Ouch. To protect me and to protect my box, I turned around. I tucked my head and huddled around the trunk. I stared at the blank metal panels that decorated the elevator walls and the thin black seam between them where they met in the corner. The two shifted. They shuffled their feet, and their heads turned to me, but I shielded the box with my shivering body. 6, 7, 8, and then 9. I sprinted into my office. I locked the door. I pulled the blinds shut and turned the lights off. I closed the curtains on the window that overlooked the city. I sat at the desk, the old chair groaning beneath our weight, and really looked at the box for the first time. It was wood, yes, but what kind I couldn't know. As the rain had changed the color and texture of the grain, there were 2 leather straps with brass knuckles that secured the lid. The edges were worn and faded, the uncured hide visible through the cracks. There were 2 zip ties, made of ribbed white plastic. There were many elastic bands wrapped around the box, 100 or more thin strips of tan rubber. There was a very, very small lock on the box's golden clasp. It was no bigger than the tip of my pinky finger. "This strange gift is a box that I shouldn't open," he told me. "Do not open it." But what was inside? When I rattled the chest, there was no sound. It sounded empty. Was nothing inside? Why had the man given it away so eagerly? Why had everyone wanted it so badly? I wanted to know. I had to know. In this box, what was there? I undid the metal fasteners and removed the strips of leather. I turned them over in my hands, and on the soft back, they had been branded with 1 word each. The first read, greed. The second read, envy. I tossed them in the plastic wastebasket. Then I plucked them back out and stuffed them in the locked desk drawer so nobody else would find them. I took a pair of scissors to the cable ties. They had text too. Black permanent marker had inscribed on them, hunger and yearning. They went into the drawer too. I used the scissors again on the rubber bands. I could have stretched them around the box, one by one, but I needed to know what was inside of it. I needed to know now. As they shrunk back into tiny fragments of stretchy cord, they made a noise which, if I were crazy, I would say sounded like the word curiosity. But I'm not crazy, so it sounded like elastic bands breaking. Their remnants went into the drawer. I stuffed a bent paper clip into the tiny lock. I wiggled it around, jammed it in there, stabbed at the mechanism wildly. It didn't work. I turned the box onto its side and picked up my metal stapler. I slammed it down and down and down again onto the little lock. I held it in place with my left hand, pinching it between my splintered finger and my sweaty thumb. I brought the stapler down again. I brought it down on my thumb. Foolishness, I cursed beneath my breath. But the lock had sprung open. I threw it into the drawer so quickly that it nearly bounced out. I righted the box and wrenched the lid apart. Creak. The hinges squealed. I was vibrating with excitement, my teeth chattering when I peered inside. There was emptiness. There was certainly nothing at all. I reached into the box, thrashing my hand about, and grasped at the lack of anything. But there was something. There was a word engraved in the bottom of the box. I traced it carefully with my finger, felt each letter, searched for more on the four walls and on the top, but there was just one. Hope, it said. $10,000 for pulling teeth. That was the job description. I don't think the words even registered before I clicked accept. I saw the pay and booked the gig as fast as my thumb could move. Within minutes, I was in my mom's pickup, heading out towards the address listed in the app. The infamous side gigs app, the latest craze in the gig economy. We've come to know and love. The jobs aren't always as weird and cryptic as this one, but the tame ones don't pay as well either. When I first signed up, I started with conventional stuff. Food delivery, taxi service, amateur landscaping. Not a lot of effort if you're willing to accept minimal pay. But if you really want to make a living, you gotta scroll all the way to the bottom. That's where the good stuff lives. The odd jobs. The jobs that pay well because nobody is willing to do them. Now, it's not what you think. The app does its best to filter out the sexual stuff. The jobs are just odd. The first one I took had a heading that read, "Big pile of rocks need moving. No other details. $500 offer." $500 to move rocks? I could hardly believe it. The address alone was enough to scare off a casual browser. I showed up to a dusty trailer park with a wheelbarrow and some gloves in the back of my car. I thought I'd be met with some pet project. A new driveway, perhaps. Nope. A fidgety man with 2 teeth greeted me in dusty blue overalls. He packed his lip and pointed to the pile of boulders in his front lawn. Said I just needed to move them to the back. When I asked where, he simply replied, "Wherever," before hobbling back inside. I didn't understand, but I obliged. The job took about an hour. I offered to do more, but the man refused. He tossed me a stack of bills and waved me off. I sat in the truck in silence. The money felt heavy in my hand as I tried to make sense of what I'd just done. Just when I thought it couldn't get any stranger, the man came back out of his house. He must have thought I already left. Probably best he didn't see me lingering. I pulled out slow as he walked in a hurry to the back of his trailer. He approached the new pile of rubble and began carrying one of the boulders back to the same spot I moved it from. I couldn't believe it. What was the point? Why pay so much to move the pile? Did he just like watching dudes carry rocks to his backyard? I spent the whole drive home turning it over in my head and came up with nothing. Some jobs don't make sense. I learned to live with that. I didn't fret over this interaction for long. I took another job after that made me forget all about it. A woman paid me to come name her kittens. She claimed she made a deal with an entity a long time ago that would lay waste to all that she claimed in exchange for some heroin, having someone else name her belongings as a way to circumvent that. Or so she said. I sat on her shag carpet for an hour with a litter of 6 kittens, trying out names until she felt safe. I left with $600 and the smell of kitty litter on my clothes. That same day I was picking up a bouquet of flowers for someone's mom. You really never know what you're gonna get. Sure, the gigs can get a little creepy, but it honestly doesn't bother me. I'm making a good living and my days are interesting. That's good enough for me. Unfortunately, my family doesn't see it the same way. When they found out I flunked out of college and didn't have a real job, they had a lot to say about it. Shameless, disgraceful. My mom called me a loser during one of her wine-induced tirades. I'll admit, I'm not the son you brag about to your friends. I don't have a snazzy degree and trophy family like my siblings. But hey, I'm happy with who I am. That's more than most people can say. Sure, the work I do is strange, but it's not like I'm doing anything dangerous. Or so I thought. I was scrolling side gigs on my couch when I came across the job. $10,000 to pull a tooth. I drove to the address as quick as I could. Didn't want to risk someone trying to double book the gig. The house was nestled out in the woods on the nice part of town. A wall of sycamores opened up to reveal a white two-story sitting atop a grassy hill. The house was fancy looking, but the vibes were off. No cars in the driveway, not a single light on inside, and yet everything was clean and well kept. The yard, the exterior, the driveway, it just felt empty. I tried to knock 3 times, but the door cracked open on the second rap. "Are you here for the job?" The man was short, pasty, and wearing a robe. He had a small ring of hair around his head, and the bushiest eyebrows I think I've ever seen. His eyes were almost as large as his smile. Yeah, that smile was wicked. Thick, brick-like teeth jutted in every direction. It was hard to look anywhere else. "Oh, yeah, I'm Dave." I reached out my hand to shake his. He ignored the gesture and pulled back the door to let me inside. I stepped into the dimly lit entrance. "So the job said you needed a, tooth pulled?" I asked anxiously. He started down the hall in front of me and waved me to follow. The entrance was bare like the outside. The walls were a cold gray. Light from silver fixtures illuminated dark tile beneath us. There were no pictures, decor, or furniture of any kind. The aesthetic was surgical, clean and cold. "Let's talk when we get to the room," he said very calmly. His voice was chirpy like a cricket. I was starting to feel the pressure now. Every step further down the creepy hallway was a step further from safety. Everything about this felt wrong. We continued for a few long minutes before turning the corner into a room. Plastic wrap crunched under my feet as I entered. It looked like a scene out of Dexter. The room was gray like the rest of the house, bare except for an old chair sitting at the center, and a cracked porcelain bathtub in the corner. Beside the chair sat a tall metal desk. An array of surgical tools glinted under the fluorescent lighting. Ugh. I started backing out before he interrupted me. I know. My apologies. This must appear sinister." He plopped himself in the chair and started adjusting against the seat back. "I'll cut to the chase. I need dental work." A chuckle escaped me. I'm no dentist, sir." He chuckled in response. "Yes, of course not. You see, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm an immigrant. I came here a long time ago from a place I'm sure you've never heard of." His voice was chittery, like an insect. I couldn't pin down the accent. He pressed a small lever beneath the chair and leaned back. The fluorescent light dilated his pupils until his eyes were nearly completely black. "I've been tardy on my citizenship, and have gotten myself on our government's radar. I'd prefer to save myself a doctor's visit if I can. At least until my citizenship issue is dealt with. No need to raise any more eyebrows." Nothing about his rationale made sense. Even if all of this were true, why would anyone pay a random guy to do dental work? "So you're willing to pay me $10,000 just to pull a tooth?" I tried to quietly step back, but the crunch of plastic wrap gave away my unease. He laughed this time, a long, hearty laugh. No, dear boy. I'm going to pay you $20,000 to pull my tooth." My heart nearly skipped a beat. $20,000? No need to tell me twice. I quickly walked up to the metal tray beside him and picked up a small pair of surgical pliers. "Which tooth?" He grinned. "Top left, all the way back. It's infected and I'd prefer to just take out the whole thing. I have lots more after all." He laughed again, then opened his mouth wide. It was unnatural, like a serpent welcoming its next meal. I didn't waste any time. Within seconds I was clamping the pliers down on his large brick tooth. The tooth wasn't loose or discolored at all. It felt firm under the pliers. That's when I got a good look at the rest of his mouth. How many teeth does a normal adult have? 30-something? I counted 30 on the top alone. They were crowded. Some branched out of the gums like gnarled porcelain, while others simply budded between larger teeth. But they weren't dirty. They were clean. Pearly white. I was stuck in a trance until I heard him say, "Go ahead." The words were muffled from my hand in his mouth, but he sounded sure of himself. I clamped down and pulled. Nothing. I thought I must have heard him, but he simply offered a thumbs up and returned to staring at the ceiling with his mouth agape. I yanked again. No luck. Again. A little more give that time. One more. Plop. I almost fell backwards but caught my balance at the last moment. The large tooth was finally out. Bits of gum tissue and nerve endings hung loosely at the base. I dropped it on the metal table beside the chair and decided it was time to talk business. So, about the money. 40,000, he muttered. His body remained fixed in the chair. His eyes were glazed and blood dribbled down his chin from my handiwork. 40,000? For one tooth? He chuckled, blood spraying across my shirt and catching me in the face. I started frantically wiping it off. No, 40,000 for you to keep going. I smeared what remained of the blood off my forehead and took another step back. How many teeth? He spat a clot of blood onto the plastic wrapping below and sunk back into the operating chair. Until I say stop. He shot me a bloody grin and opened his mouth once more. A rational man would have ran. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to. Maybe the other jobs just desensitized me. Maybe the money was too good to pass up. Whatever the reason, I decided to let it play out. I got to work on the other side of the mouth. This next tooth was smaller and round, not bricky like the first one. It popped out with a loud click. The blood really started to flow now. He didn't even wince, same as the first time. I pulled the tooth beside it, working my way around the morbid ring of enamel. 2, 3, 4 teeth. The blood was getting unmanageable. He kept having to take spit breaks, just so I could see what I was doing. The swelling in his head was gnarly. Then came the pain. Small whimpers and groans escaped the strange man. His hands were tight and pale as he gripped the armrests at his sides. The sight was unbearable. The bloody pliers were heavy in my shaking hand. Bile was building in the back of my throat. I took a shallow breath and started backing away, but he gripped me by the forearm before I could get far. Sick. His mouth was so swollen he could barely speak at this point. 60,000. Don't stop. 60,000? There's no way he's telling the truth. 60,000 for this? And yet, I chose to believe. I swallowed hard and got back to work. The next hour is hard to remember. I just kept going. I was on autopilot, mechanical, emotionless. His whole head was twice its original size now. He was choking and moaning in pain as I tore through whatever remained. I must have gone through 40 teeth at this point. About halfway through, I stopped collecting them on the metal tray. I let them fall to the waxy, plastic-covered floor. I tried to remain focused, but questions kept bubbling up in my mind. What kind of being chooses this? Who would pay thousands of dollars to have his own teeth torn out? I reached for the next tooth with my pliers, but nothing remained. I removed them all. Every single one. I turned away from the mess in front of me and vomited on the floor. I was trying to compose myself when the man began to stir. He stumbled out of the chair and began making his way toward the porcelain tub in the corner of the room. His whole body from the nose down was covered in crimson. The pain crippled him. Pressing his broken body to the floor, he got on his knees and felt his way to the rim of the tub. His eyes were swollen shut so he could no longer see. I watched in horror as he dropped the blood-stained robe and practically fell into the tub. Ice water splashed onto the wrapped floor, sending a wave of teeth and gore lapping at my feet. The broken enamel chattered at my blood-stained boots as if they were still anchored to a mouth. He sat himself up and rested his large head against the back of the tub. It was surreal watching this bobble-headed thing try to collect itself. Its eyes were swollen shut, gums spilling out of the middle of its stretched lips like loose intestines. Then I heard a sound. A wheezy laugh. His body jerked and spasmed as chuckles escaped the small gaps in his face. Just then, I heard loud raps upstairs. Tiny footprints were approaching from somewhere above. None of this was making any sense. I had to get out. I sprinted back the way I came. The fluorescent lights above pulsed overhead as I made my way to the exit. I could still hear the laugh, the sound of many things making their way to the bloody mess I helped create. I was a few strides from the front door when something snagged my foot and sent me tumbling into the door frame. I shook the fall off and frantically wrapped the culprit off my foot. It was a bag. A dark bag that blended into the black tile floor so well I could barely see it. Stacks of bills were spilling out the top. This was my payment. Someone, or something, arranged for me to have it. I grabbed the 2 black duffels and made my way out the door. Before I knew it, I was peeling down the long cement road under the cover of sycamores. I'm not sure what to think about what happened that night. I haven't even bothered to check the bags of cash. They're still in the back of my car. A bloody reminder of the hell I put myself through for money. When I close my eyes, I still see him. I can't get the image out of my head. The toothless thing convulsing in the bathtub. As I sit here in bed, a sound startles me. It's side gigs. I received a new message. It's the man from yesterday. Just a single line of text. An ominous 4 words. Same time next week. I want to start by saying my daughter is a completely normal kid. She's 4. She draws horses that look like lumpy clouds. She asks why the sky is blue at least 3 times a week, even though we've answered it. And her current thing is stickers. She puts them on everything. I found one on the bathroom mirror this morning. She is not a weird child. She is not an anxious child. She does not watch things she isn't supposed to watch. I want all of that on the record before I tell you what happened. She was at the kitchen table when I came downstairs. She does this every morning. She gets herself set up with a piece of paper and her crayon box before anyone else is even awake. I'm used to walking down to find her mid-drawing, totally focused, not even noticing I'm there. I made coffee. She slid a piece of paper across the table at me without looking up. It was our house. She draws it the same every time. Same boxy shape, same lopsided chimney in the corner that she's weirdly proud of. Our family lined up in front of it in a row. Stick figures with her little scribbled attempt at our names floating above each head. I counted the figures. 6. I have 3 kids. My wife and I make 5. I counted again. Still 6. The extra figure was at the back, half tucked behind the house like it was leaning out from behind the wall. It was taller than all the others. She'd drawn it in black crayon and pressed down hard enough that the paper had torn slightly along some of the lines. She hadn't put a name above it. I sat down across from her. "Hey," I said. "Who's this one?" She didn't look up from what she was working on. "That's the one who watches from the yard," she said. I kept my voice even. "What do you mean, watches from the yard?" "At night," she said, like it was obvious. "When you turn the lights off, she stands out in the yard and watches the windows." I asked her what the figure looked like. "She," I said, because my daughter had said she without hesitating. My daughter looked up at me then. She does this thing when she thinks you're being slow about something, where she tilts her head a little to the side. "She looks like Mom," she said, "but her eyes are wrong." I picked up the drawing and went upstairs. My wife was still in bed. I sat on the edge and handed her the picture without saying anything. I watched her look at it, watched her face. She went quiet in a way that wasn't normal quiet. I had a dream last week, she said, her voice slower than usual. I was standing in the backyard. It was nighttime. I was looking up at the house, at the windows, looking in at all of you. She stopped for a second. I don't think it was a dream. We haven't said anything to the kids. I've been checking the locks at night. I don't know what else to do with this. I don't know how my 4-year-old knew what my wife dreamed, or whether she did know somehow, or whether there's something else going on that I don't want to think about too hard. The drawing is still on the kitchen table. I haven't moved it. I don't really want to touch it again.